Hello there. Just had a bit of a pop-up warning on the way in. I wonder what the hell that was. Low on space, apparently. Okay, so I've been very mindful that past few streams I've been talking about kind of the tedium of the start of No Man's Sky, particularly for players who aren't used to survival games or are quite new to gaming in general. I think the game very quickly throws systems at you that can be quite overwhelming. There's a lot of coming in and out of menus. That process doesn't always feel very intuitive unless you're used to playing survival games or playing video games in general. I've also had personal experience with good friends of mine who I've been very keen to buy the game for and want to introduce to the game because they obviously see the pretty things and they want to play, but they struggle to get to that point where they can do that. So I've just thought what I'm planning to do is really do a bit of a step-by-step guide, certainly for the early game, in how to proceed through these systems, through the story, in a more efficient way that hopefully removes a lot of the tedium that the early game can bring, simplify some of these systems and ignore the ones that aren't very important to you, so you can get to the bit that you want to get to, which is that open-ended exploration for many. I've got over 1,000 hours in the game over the many years that it's been out now, 9 years this year. It's one of my favourite video games of all time. So I've kind of seen it in many different states. I don't know the exact amount of playtime that I had to put many hours into the PS4 version when it first came out, and over the last few years, but another 750 odd, I think I'm on now on my PC. I've recently just been playing through on Switch also, and I play a bit of a dual, both PC and console hybrid, if you like, because I play both on my Steam Deck. Sometimes I'll play on my controller on my PC and mouse and keyboard. So I do intend to do this guide with those controls in mind, so that everyone understands what it is that I'm talking about, no matter how your setup is. So I'm going to start with a new game straight off the bat, and I'm going to play as the game as intended on normal. So this is particularly for players that want to get the full experience, not a more challenging one, not an easier one, and not one without any challenge. The intended experience, the normal edition. You could argue that this is a sandbox, so there is no right way of playing it. You play it how you want to play it, and yes, absolutely, this is a sandbox. So if you do want to play it a certain way, then feel free to amend the options the way that suits you. And particularly in this custom area, there's a lot of very specific setups that you can do. But maybe I wouldn't advise that for a first-time player. I would say for a first-time player, if you want an experience, the intended experience, I'd say stick with normal, even if you feel a little bit out of your depth, because it does get easier. Early game, you don't have anything that is useful. You know, you're coming in at a very low level player and everything requires your attention. Things need recharging all the time. Nothing's very efficient or effective, but that's the point of the progression arc. It's a gameplay thing that gives you a bit of a power fantasy, if you like. So the longer that you're playing, hopefully the pathway for most games that are like this is that your character gets better. But if you're not sure how to make your character better, you never get that power fantasy. It never gets more efficient. It just continues to be tedious and boring, and sometimes painful. And I've seen that happen so many times for new players, kind of coming into this game, doing the first few objectives, feeling overwhelmed, building the first base, flying up into space, and then just kind of losing interest because it's too much. So that's going to be the aim of today. So what you will find is that you're going to get a lot of pop-ups quite quickly. And if you are patient enough to read them, it does a fairly good job at teaching you how to play, but it does also kind of bank that you're going to remember everything that it's telling you. So some of that might not always be necessary. Some of the pop-ups that are coming up might not always be necessary. The game has a great tendency to flash things in your bottom right corner that require your attention. It'll flash random objectives. Not all of it needs your attention now, and I think that's the part that can be confusing. So we'll start off here. Now, when you first come into game, chances are you're going to be put on a hazardous planet. It's very unlikely that you're going to land on a perfect planet without any kind of environmental hazard. If you do, that's great. You know, you're going to have a much easier time because you've got less things to worry about. But for the most part, when you come into this game, you're going to land on either a cold planet like I'm on now, a toxic planet, a radiation planet, or a hot planet. They tend to be the four elements that you're really dealing with: hot, cold, toxicity, and radiation. Okay. So, first things first, that bar that's flashing, that blue bar at the bottom, on the bottom left, that is my hazard protection. My suit is telling me that it's falling, and in order to recharge it, I'm going to need to find some sodium. And it's going to ask me to press C to scan, or it'll be the left thumbstick, I believe, on... Let's just double check that. Yes, left thumbstick on controller. But our scanner is broken, and there's going to be a bit of a theme here. Is a lot of the objectives that it's going to ask you to do is basically acquire materials to do it. And I think this is the part that can be a lot quite confusing for players, because they're constantly going back and forth between getting different resources, and then they've just gone and got that one, and then they've used it up, and then it's asking them to get more, and then there's this for God's sake kind of thing that goes on. So I want to remove a bit of that. So B to kill is at R4 right click. Gather ferrite dust. Okay, so I'm going to right click that off. So ferrite dust is a very easy resource to find. It's on every single planet, and it primarily finds itself in stone. So here, this little pebble here, you can see right in front of me, it said an unidentified material, or mineral, sorry. But the bit that we're looking for that highlights the resource is that it says ferrite dust. You can see that. And underneath it, it says something analyze. So we don't know what that is, and we won't find that out until I've got a scanner, and then I'll be able to have access to that resource when I mine it. But early on, we just want to find something that just says ferrite dust. So that has it. There may be some different types of rocks, and that's cobalt. These rocks, though, pure ferrite. Can't do that. That's an advanced mining laser. But again, ferrite, ferrite, ferrite. So ideally what we're looking for is rocks, and you'll likely come across what it is that you're looking for. Now over here, the cobalt, the reason why this is here is because we're right next to a cave, and cobalt is found in caves itself. So if you see that, you're very likely near a mouth of a cave or near a cave system. It is a very useful resource, but we don't need it right now. We'll come back to this. So first, just ferrite. So we'll gather this up. Now, when you're mining with your mining laser, in the top right, you're going to see that bar moving upwards. It's yellow. And if you pay attention to my mining beam, it's turning yellow and then red as it's getting hotter. So what's happening is my mining beam is becoming more potent the longer I'm running it, because the laser itself is heating up and potentially about to overheat. So the game will bring up a pop-up right now for that overheating. But if you quickly let go of the charge, it will just cool down enough that you can keep your mining laser hot. And the reason we want to do that is you mine more efficiently. Not necessarily in fuel, but in terms of how quickly you mine something. The hotter that laser is, the further that bar is along in the top right, the quicker you'll mine that resource. So when it's in red, when you see your laser mining red, it can often chew through whatever material you're looking at quite quickly. Now, as you've noticed, or may have noticed, I've got the resources that it's asked for quite a few moments ago. I've not strayed away from mining ferrite, and the reason for this being is this game is going to ask you to mine ferrite a lot. So I want to collect some. Now, I've run into my first problem. My mining beans ran out. So we're going to need to recharge it. So it's going to introduce you to the second resource that we need, which is carbon. So to recharge our tool, there's a couple of ways of doing this. We can move into our inventory. So that'll be your select button on the controller or the tab button on mouse and keyboard, and this will bring you into kind of your different inventory. So currently I'm highlighted in multi-tool. So this is my multi-tool inventory. My starship, which we haven't yet found, and my exosuit. And this is currently the resources that I'm holding on to. So I've got 423 ferrite dust, a little bit of carbon. So in order to refill my mining beam, I'm going to need to go into my inventory. Here's my multi-tool, and here is my mining beam part. You can see it flashing at me, telling me there's 0% in there, it's empty. So I can either recharge it here by clicking on it, and then putting some carbon into it. Now luckily I do have a little bit of carbon, but not a lot. Or I can press X on my keyboard, move over to this recharge equipment, left click again on my mining beam, and then select the resource from here. The same will be done on controller by pressing down on the D-pad. That is the kind of arrows on the controller, so not the left thumbstick or the right, it is the arrows on the controller. That is called a D-pad. If you press down on there, that will bring up your quick menu, and just to select through, it'll be A to move through that menu. Same thing. To carbon, I need to resolve my mining issue problem. I can get from plants, from trees. Sometimes I believe animals will drop it, or they certainly used to drop it, but mainly what we're looking for is fauna. Not fauna, flora. Sorry, flora. Plants. Greenery. Stumble over words. Things that grow that are natural. So here, all of these tree-like things that we're seeing, you can see has carbon. So I'm just going to cast my laser on one of these. And upon popping that, I get quite a healthy dose. That's giving me 52. So I'm just going to recharge my laser again, because it was low. I'm just going to focus on getting a little bit of carbon. Now, I've expended all my laser on the ferrite. Now, as I'm doing this, you're seeing my hazard protection is slowly creeping down that blue bar, and this objective is desperately trying to get that to fill up. So there's a couple of ways we can do that, and not all of it requires material. I would actually invite you to be tactical with that, and not always look to refill it with the materials you have on hand, because that hazard bar, that blue bar, the one above the white one, can be recharged by being in a sheltered area. So if this cave had an entrance, if I went into it, it would likely shelter me from the outside hazards, and it would refill on its own. The same can be done when you get near your ship. But if you're out in the sticks, if you're out in the middle of all shelter, then you're going to be left with very limited options. There might not be a cave system near you, so it may mean that, okay, I'm going to need to require that from the materials I have. So I'm out in the middle of nowhere, I have nothing, and I need my scanner to come online, so it's going to ask me to repair that. So I'm going to open up again, once again, my inventory, and my scanner is attached to my mining beam, my multi-tool. Here it is. I've got enough ferrite dust that I've collected. I'm And once again, just click that with the materials, and it's now repaired. So I'm now going to be able to scan with C on the keyboard. Like I say, left thumbstick on the controller. And what I'm looking for is these yellow markings, the sodium-rich plants. Again, found on every single planet. So every planet you're going to be able to find ferrite, every planet you're going to be able to find carbon. You're going to be able to find the sodium, which is the yellow, and you're also going to be able to find these blue crystals, but we'll come on to those in just a minute. So we'll move over to this yellow plant. So I want to pick some of that up. So now I've picked up 18 of that. Once again, I can go into that quick menu, that quick recharge, and then my hazard protection is currently on 7%, so that will be the first one that automatically is selected, because it tends to pick out whatever's least, whatever's got the least charge. So I can click that and then use my sodium to recharge it, and I get a bit of a victory sound. Whee! So that's your first challenge out of the way. But my bar's not completely full because I didn't have enough sodium on task. But what I'm going to do, we're not in any particular rush right now, because at the start of this game it tries to be easy to you. Unless you are playing on a harder difficulty, then it's going to throw more challenge at you quickly. But if you're playing on normal, we're not going to come across any storms yet. It won't introduce the idea of storms until we're on our way to a certain objective, which is not now. So we do have a bit of breathing space, actually, to gather a little bit of resource. So if I look around here, I've luckily stumbled across a whole group of those yellow flowers. The game's been kind to me, so I'm just going to move over to these and just grab them all. For me, that's just holding E. I'm not even letting go of it. You could do the same on your controller just by holding X. You don't need to let go. Now there will be an option in your settings if you don't like holding the button down, just to actually press it once. Some people prefer the responsiveness of that one click or button press. For me, I actually just prefer the hold. I don't know whether that's because I've always played the game this way, but it also stops me from making mistakes by accidentally misclicking something, excuse me. So I keep it as intended. So there's some more yellow stuff over there. Some more all around me. I'm going to run across to this one. So to sprint on the sprint, if you've not come across that yet, certainly on keyboard it's the key you expect it to be, it's shift. On controller, it's weirdly by default the right thumbstick. You click in the right thumbstick and you sprint. Now this is the only game I've ever played where that is the default. But you do get used to it. I believe there are some other controller customizations that you can do. I've never used them because, once again, I'm just so used to playing it this way. So, up to you if you want to have a look into the controls. If you do want to do that, press escape on the keyboard, and this will bring into you kind of like your options area. That'll be start on your controller, and you'll see different tabs along here. So you'll have your catalogue and guide, so if you ever need to kind of reread any prompts that have come up or want more information on something, you'll tend to find them in here. Discoveries, exactly what it says on the tin, so this will be like a tab for all the discoveries that you're currently finding. So here, this is the planet that I'm currently on. It's showing me a graphic of that planet. It's telling me the amount of flora that I've scanned. So you need to scan something to discover something. How many animals are on the planet. So there's currently 5 animals on this planet. And there's also minerals. You've got your log, which tells you your objectives. The current mission you got selected. I'm very aware right now that this music is blasting. I have to bring this down. Chill out. Absolute tune. That is one of my favourite tunes in this game, by far. Very, very atmospheric, but bloody hell, I couldn't hear myself think then. So log is your objectives. So often if you don't know what you're doing, it's a good idea to probably come onto here and it will tell you. This is my current objective that's selected. This is the name of the mission. This is the Awakenings quest line. This is the current part of the quest that I'm on, Find Us, Hear Us. Gives you a bit of backstory, but the objective is test and repair my multi-tool, which I've done, and now investigate my surroundings. So the crash site may hold clues as to what has happened. At the very least, it should contain salvageable items. The damaged starship appears to be the best starting point, so it very clearly tells you at this point to go towards your ship, which is also located here on the objective marker. So because this is the objective marker, this is the kind of the illustration that's next to the objective, it will often use, when you're out in the world, a similar marking for that objective, which is that. And that tells me it's 609 U away. That's the distance away. Sometimes it will tell you, like, amount of time it will take you to travel there if you're a bit far enough away from it as well. But 600 U is not too far. As we're coming into night, we're seeing obviously the very beautiful vistas, and this will move me on to maybe how you want to set up your character. So a lot of people like to play in third person so they can see their character here. I think it's much easier, certainly when people are watching, to see your character in third person. In first person, it's a hell of a lot more immersive, but it isn't always so smooth on controller. When you're playing on mouse and keyboard, obviously mouse and keyboard is absolutely built for first person things. It can be very smooth, however not always so smooth to watch me play, because I'm often yanking my mouse up and down, so the screen can often be moving quite at a fast pace. But if I'm doing the same thing here, it doesn't feel so intrusive on the eyes. But if you do want to move into a first person, you can do that by once again bringing up your quick menu with X or down on the D-pad, and then moving across to this cog wheel here, clicking into that, moving side one here to where that spaceman is, and you'll see it says toggle camera view, and then that will move me into first person. Now I like moving into this view when I've got something pretty to see. So if I want to get rid of, if I want to minimise as much going on my screen as possible and just take in the view, this is the way to do it. And as you can see, look, on the mouse, it's real smooth to move around. I find it's not actually so bad on most controllers, but on Switch isn't like... Switch is particularly if you're using the Joy-Cons, it's not as comfortable. But as a little tip on there, you will have some gyro control in your settings on Switch, which I tend to use particularly for aiming on Switch games, because I struggle with the right thumbstick to aim and move about, because it's very like jolty. So if you move it into options on your Switch, down into controls I believe it is, there is a function around about this area that talks about motion control, and you can turn that on and it will automatically just pair with aiming. So when you've got your tool out, you can move your Switch around and it will follow where you're looking if you're playing in handhold, which can be a real big help for those of you that struggle with the right stick. When we are playing games though, we tend to want to have both thumbs on the controller, both on the sticks, and I'm just saying that, I know that sounds probably very obvious, but for those of you out there who aren't regular gamers, that might feel a little bit odd. But you want to get used to having both those thumbs on sticks at all times, because your right thumb is your camera and your left thumb's always your movement, until we get to the spaceship. That decides to change it up on you a little bit, but generally speaking on most games that's going to be the way the cookie crumbles. Right, I've been yapping long enough, so I'm going to move across to our objective, because I'm noticing obviously my hazard protection's falling down, and I don't really want to waste my resources in recharging it again. So I'm going to try and make it to my spaceship before it runs to zero, because if I can get in there in time, it will automatically charge up. I'm just going to run towards this marker. So if you want an efficient way to move around, you may have seen me do this earlier on. I thought, what the hell's he just done there? So that is a jetpack boost paired with a melee attack. It's a bit more of an advanced movement because it just takes a bit of timing to get right, but once you get okay with that timing, it literally becomes second nature. It becomes very easy to do. So I'll explain that movement in a second. I'm very aware that my hazard protection is running low, so I'm just going to recharge it. Because if I don't, I'll let it run out. Just to show you that there's no need to panic. The hazard protection is now 0. I'm now taking damage, and it's taken a bit of my shield. So this won't go down immediately. It'll take a few ticks to go down. So I've still got time. And I think I'll probably be able to take 3 hits before it gets to my health. See, it's very generous in how often it damages you. I mean, even right here, there's some sodium. You know, so I'm like, oh god, I'm dying. Scan. Look for some yellow if you have none. Pick it up. And even look, now, it's second tick, and I'm about halfway through that shield, so I'm not even gonna recharge it. And this is only 100 U's away, so I'm, to be honest, even with my shield low, I'm probably gonna make it. No problem. So, just to... If I wanted to fill this up, I could just jump in my ship now, if I wanted to. But for the flow of gameplay, I am going to do the objective it's asking me to do, because you may be well ahead of where I am at the moment. So I'm just going to quickly recharge that, just so that I've got time to speak with this interface. So I'm going to do things as intended, one by one. So this is a text-based story game. There will be no voiceovers in it. So if you want to be immersed in what's going on, I highly advise you to pay attention because it doesn't often go over things again and again for you. It does expect that you are reading, and if you want to feel a connection to the story, pay attention. Otherwise, you'll kind of just be moving through the game, moving to objective, not really understanding why or what's going on. And I can be guilty of that myself, just skipping through dialogue because it looks boring. If you want to enjoy the game, slow down. This is a slower game, and I think if you're going to enjoy it to its fullest, it does require you to be mindful with it in a lot of ways. Just get a sip of my brew. So I think in most games we're kind of expected to kind of rush through things. Everything's got an impatience. This game does really require you to just slow down to fully enjoy yourself. If you rush through it, you're going to miss things. You're going to get to, I guess, the end destination quicker, but it might not feel as rewarding. And I think that can be something that can really take away from the gameplay reward that it's trying to give you through this slower paced game. Because really, although the game will fool you into thinking that it's all dangerous and everything is out to kill you, it's really not. Actually, this game is very safe. It's not a survival game on steroids. There isn't loads of survival systems to be playing with. There's really just those two and maybe a third on the occasion. There's other things to recharge, like your mining beam and your tools. But in terms of survival systems, you're not going to need to be eating to keep, you know, your food level up or your hydration levels. That's all in that bottom white bar of your life support. So, and that ticks down very slowly, and that ticks down through movement, that ticks down through jetpacking. You can see there's three symbols. When I'm walking, it's slow. When I'm stood still, it's not going down at all. Moving, it's draining. Sprinting, that's draining at twice the speed. Jetpack, it's 3 times the speed. So be mindful of movement. You know, the quicker you're moving, the more you're draining that, the quicker that bar will come down. So if you're quite low, maybe consider being a bit more slower, a bit more mindful with those movements, and you'll really get more out of that life support. However, it's not really going to be a problem, because you're going to have the resources that you need to recharge that, and also as you move through the game, you can get upgrades that make that bar much longer. You know, it will last much longer. So a big part of removing the tedium of the game itself is trying to make these systems that are working against you less tedious. We do that by acquiring the correct upgrades for our tools and for our suit, and at some point you're going to get into a game where these systems, you're barely interacting with them at all, and you really can just enjoy being on the planets with very minimal requirement from yourself. But in the beginning, it offers this little bit of challenge, which I think can invoke a little bit of panic. So, but it will get easier, I promise you. So, investigate crash ship is my new objective. Before I do that, I want to point out this thing right here, damaged machinery. A very important thing to collect on our travels, because those upgrades that I was talking about that make our equipment more efficient, you often get in these pieces of machinery. So in order to complete the task, we move into it, and it will require us to get rid of this junk. Now, there's a couple of options you can do with it. You can put it into your inventory and take up an inventory space. However, we probably don't want to do that early game because we're very limited on how much we can carry. And part of the tedium early game is inventory management. It's way better than it was many years ago. So it does feel more, I guess, what's the word I'm looking for there? Forgiving, I guess, in more of a modern sense now. But we're still limited on those spaces where we kind of don't want to take up anything we don't need to. Even though it is junk, it technically can be a useful ingredient if we do some things to it. But right now, that's going to take a lot of time, and it requires tools that we don't currently have. And actually, probably the better use for that inventory slot is not using it at all. So the other thing will be to destroy the blockage. So on mouse, it's the middle mouse button we're going to hold down. On the controller, it's clicking in that right thumbstick again, which feels a bit odd, and just holding it down till it's gone. We'll see this pop open, and then on that top right we want to see something pop, and I've got nanites, 29 of those received. Now sometimes these machinery things are a little bit glitched, and you'll get that animation where it pops and you'll come back out to this, but you won't have got anything from it. So always make sure you're noticing on the right hand side whether something has flashed, that you've picked something up. If you haven't, or unsure, just get near the machine, and it will, if you haven't picked anything up, it will give you a prompt that you can once again use it, and then you'll pick it up. You're very likely to see that in this gameplay because it happens often. It happens quite a lot on Switch if you're playing on Switch, so make sure you're double checking always on Switch, but it still happens on PC. Here also as well, these two containers, they often give out resources that are quite helpful, so I'd recommend searching these and getting these. That's given me sodium. The other one has given me... They might have both given me sodium. I believe so. I think both of those gave me sodium nitrate. All sodium nitrate is that yellow plant that we've been picking up, but a more refined version, and that will matter. And we'll get onto why that matters shortly. But that is a better version of this, basically. And the better an item is, the more effective it is at doing its job. So this as you know, is to recharge your hazard protection. But this is a more refined version, so it will also recharge your hazard protection more effectively. But we'll get onto that shortly. This this green container, you can open it as well. And once again, this little task here, rusted metal, get rid of. Again, you can make it into other things, but right now you want to protect those inventory slots. This green one will often give sometimes items, sometimes items that we might want to sell. But once again, you've seen it's given me sodium nitrate, which is good. And this yellow one, I always forget what this yellow one gives. Oh, bit of carbon, great. So what have I got? I've got carbon, I've got ferrite dust, I've got sodium. So 3 basic resources. Another basic resource that we want to keep an eye on, if we scan, is this red one here, O2, oxygen. Oxygen is very important for that white bar that's underneath your hazard protection. That's your life support. And it is refilled with oxygen. So that's something we want to keep an eye out for. When that bar is low, it's oxygen we're looking for to recharge it. Now there's a couple of ways to get that. We can scan like I just did for oxygen plants. So we're looking for an O2 symbol. But there's also another way of getting that. So on most planets there are these, or a variation of this. This is a hazardous plant. If you get close enough to it, it will snap and it will damage you a little bit. So just be mindful of that, be careful of that. Some are a little bit more hidden than others. I think some of the more modern versions of these plants have some nicer models, should I say. I'm a big hater of one variant in particular, which sprays gas, and I'm sure we'll come across it in our travels, and I'll tell you all about it. It's my least favourite. The rest of them aren't so bad. But here, if you can see in the middle, it's got this red plant. If you can get just close enough to it, you can see that it brings up that grassy... Is it grassy or gassy? I've never really read that. Gassy pod. So we want to make sure this white marker is looking directly on it, and then we can pick it, and that gives us oxygen. Now the plant itself also gives oxygen. So if you're in a mess and can't find any oxygen on your scanner, if you can see a hazardous plant, that's what you're looking for. Or we're looking for that oxygen-rich plant, O2. So you don't need to get the gassy bit. You can just shoot the thing in the middle, but you won't get as much oxygen. So it just gives you a bit of risk-reward if you get a bit close. Okay, so that's oxygen. So these are your basic resources for survival, really. The only other one I haven't mentioned is this blue one. Now that's for mainly a spaceship, so we'll go back to our spaceship first. Now, I've just done that Millie jetpack thing a couple of times, so you might be thinking, when are you going to teach us how to do that? I'll teach you now. We'll just get a bit of flatland. So if you're on a keyboard, Millie is Q. And then if you are on a controller, is it RB? Yeah, it's the right bumper. So if you're unfamiliar with controls, when you're holding your controller, your fingers on the back tend to rest on the triggers. And if you think about it this way, if you get confused what is a bumper and a trigger, think of it like a gun. You pull the trigger. A lot of the controllers, modern day controllers, you can see something that looks like a trigger. That's the bottom 2 buttons on the left and right, and then above it is the bumper, and you tend to just tap bumpers. You tend to hold triggers. You tend to pull and hold triggers and tap bumpers. It's just a little bit of a reminder. So to melee is right bumper. To sprint is that right thumbstick click in. And what we want to do is kind of get a bit of a running start. We want to sprint forward. And then as we're sprinting, we want to melee and then jetpack. Melee jetpack. So kind of what it does is carries your momentum forward. It might take a little bit of practice. Once you get that down, that will become very second nature and easy. But I always tend to do a bit of a sprinting start. Melee jump. Remember, your jump, if you hold, is your jetpack. So it is literally melee jump, hold. And the more effective our suit gets, the longer we're going to, and further we're going to be able to do that. So, my hazard protection once again is falling, almost to 0. And I'm not going to waste my sodium. I'm just going to jump in my ship to recharge it. And here we're going to advance the story now. We've got into the ship like it's asked us. So it is kind of a, I'll say loosely, a choose-your-own-adventure game. This is meant to be based off kind of very old-school sci-fi books and choose-your-own-adventure books, which are obviously all very text-based. And kind of you got to pick certain actions. Now, the actions we pick in this game are very limited. The impact we have on the story is very limited. There are some decisions that you can make, but ultimately it's not that deep. This isn't a Baldur's Gate. This is not a Mass Effect. So you get to select how it is you want to proceed. So I'm going to select connect my exosuit. So exosuit connected. Suggestion: pilot should perform maintenance. Select desired repair path. So there's only one. Self-guided repair protocols initiated. Okay, so more pop-ups. So I think this is where sometimes when people get into the game, they see more stuff. More. Yeah, more. You're going to see a lot of this. You're going to see a lot of it. It is a it's a resource collecting game. It's a survival game. So yeah, just be mindful of that. That it's going to constantly to move the story forward, to move objectives forward. It's about building things, it's about collecting things. What makes this game less tedious is having those resources available to you. It's the unintuitive back and forth that really kill the flow of gameplay, which I think tires people out, stresses people out, because they're like, we've got to go back and collect more resource. And I get it. It's not... yeah, it's not very streamlined. And this game in particular, I think, because there is so many different pop-ups, because there is so many different pieces of tech, it can feel a little bit more involved than maybe some other survival games. So it's just kind of highlighted one tech that is broken, and if I close this off and move into my inventories again and into Starship. So just to, you don't have to move up here with your cursor, by the way, and manually collect them or select them. On keyboard you can use A or D to move through those, and then on controller it'll be your bumpers, left or right bumper, so once again move through them. So Starship, we can see here there's 2 red squares. These 2 things are broken because it's got an exclamation mark next to it. The thing that's currently flashing is the launch thruster, which is going to ask us to make pure ferrite and some dihydrogen jelly, and hermetic steel and metal plating is the other. So it wants me to get out. Now, it's likely to pick the objective with me, So it's going to ask me to repair my ship's engines first. So we're going to build what it's requiring us. We need some parts, some fabricated parts. So how we make things is, once again, we move into our inventory, and we can do this either in the Starship inventory or the exosuit. I would recommend making things in your own inventory, because if you are too far away from your ship, it's out of range. So anything you put in your ship, you're not going to be able to take out of there unless it's near you, unless you have some technology that helps teleport that to you. So in the early game, I would very much focus on having everything on you. Unless it's resources that you aren't using very often, then put them in your ship. So we'll just start with the exosuit crafting. So we click into this. Here we have metal plating. I have the resources required because it's ferrite, and I've got a lot of that at the start. So because I've already collected a lot of that, I've removed that tedium. I've already got it on hand. Now metal plating, it's required in a lot of builds, in a lot of materials, and it eats away at that ferrite quite quickly, as it requires 50 of that dust each time. So in the early game, what we want to do is try to not make as many of these and make them on demand, basically. We don't want to preemptively make loads, because that's going to eat a lot of this resource. But at some point, when we get access to a shop, we can buy them, and then that will stop eating away at our ferrite dust as much. So I really, once again, recommend that. That's what we're going to do later on. But at first, we're just going to make them as we need them, so we're not wasting anything. We don't want to waste any resources, because we want to keep them on hand to make this as smooth as possible. So I've got my metal plating. So if I get close to my ship, I can then select the flashing broken part of the ship. Select the metal plating that I've now got, and it's now in there. It's kicked me out of that menu, and it's telling me my Starship repair is partially completed. So to board the ship to consult ship diagnostics. So a little bit more story. Starship critically damaged, vital ingredients missing. Unable to synthesize required components, pulse engine requires hermetic seal. Request assistance. Iteration comparison reveals hermetic seal nearby. Salvage planetary chart from distress beacon cache. Cool. So the other thing that we need for this, the hermetic seal, we can't make. We need to get the blueprint for it, basically. We don't yet have the technology. So it's asking us to speak with this machine, which will give us a planetary chart. Appear inside the beacon's housing, as well as its distress broadcast unit. It contains a planetary chart, so we're going to take that. And we're now going to use it. So to use anything that we have on hand, we move into our inventory, into our exosuit, and we have this planetary chart dancing at us. When we've got kind of an objective in motion, the game tries to bring your eye to what it is that you need to be clicking on. So again, like if you are reading through these tutorials, like they do a fairly good job at guiding you on how to do this. So if you click this, press E to plot route or X on the controller. We'll do a nice little pop out. And then boom, we've got a location, which is 893 units away. So I said earlier, the game will not throw its first storm at you until this part in the mission. I also just want to show, as I'm near a mouth of a cave, that if we go inside here, temperature levels are stabilizing, and you can see it also jumping back up. So I've not needed to go into my spaceship. I can also do that in a cave system. So if you're ever in a pinch, you can see a cave system, get in it. Okay, so we're going to move towards our first objective. And this will give you a little bit of time to practice that little technique that I was talking about, the melee jetpack. But you will notice that you're doing that, that's going to be chewing away at that bar. So when we get that warning, we tend to have about 10-15 seconds, maybe 20 seconds before a storm kicks in. It's basically letting you know very shortly that that hazard bar is going to be taking a pounding. So you might want to seek some shelter, but this kicks in obviously while you're on your way to the objective, causes a little bit of panic. So if you see any of these on the way, make sure you pick them up, because that's what we'll be using to recharge the suit itself. But as I started with a pretty full bar, it's still going to take a little bit to eat away at it, but now that storm's kicked in, you can see it's taking it away at 3 times the speed. So we don't have loads of time to dawdle, but I think the best thing to do in a storm, easy to say, but don't panic. Panic creates poor decision making, and as I've shown you earlier, you've got time. If that bar depletes, the shield doesn't deplete super quick that it's gonna bite you and you're gonna die. So I'm at 50%, but only 200 U left to run. I'm running past these sodium plants. I'm gonna be more than okay if I don't make it. Now when we get there, we're not going to need to charge our suit, because once we get here, it always spawns in this point of interest, this POI, which are these 2 shelters. So all we need to do, just like the cave system or the ship, is get inside. And I'm recharging. That's not cost me any resources. And I've just trusted in my suit to keep me alive, and I've beelined it straight for that objective. And now it's fully recharged. So try and really keep that sodium. Have some trigger discipline with it. Don't use it up unless you absolutely have to. So this is where our objective is. So if we open this up. Accessing archive. 6 out of 7 logs corrupted. Entry 49248 follows. No one. That's what that stands for. It's like a feedback on a walkie-talkie, if you like. What the hell's that? No one making this recording in case leaving behind in the fabricator might be of some use. Visor damaged. Can't find ship. So that's meant to like imitate static. The log finishes and the machine whirs to life, spitting out supplies. I have the hermetic seal. I need to repair my ship. Whoever it was that led me here, whoever left this message, perhaps they found themselves in the same situation as I do now. So it's given me it. I have it. And I believe it. It's also given me the recipe, so I can now make it. And it requires 30 condensed carbon, which once again, a bit like the sodium nitrate, it's a more refined version of carbon. And we'll get to refining very, very shortly. We don't need to worry about that right now. While you're here, machine. Like I said, always look out for these. These are very, very useful bits of game to interact with, because they will get you nanites, or they will get you technology itself, or starship fuel, which is also a very tedious thing to make and pick up. That's it bothers a lot of people, that. So fine, we'll take a bit of that. That's all good. We'll go inside here, and there's this thing here that we can interact with, and I give you a little bit of cash. When you're... Oh, I don't quite have that yet, but we will get onto that. This icon here, you may just see it naturally pop up when you get a bit close. This is a buried technology module. We will need those. We can't yet currently get to that. We're not far enough into the game, but we will be very momentarily. So, to be fair, the game is asking me to make the visor now. I'm not actually paying attention. So yes, it's asking you to locate your ship. So you might have come all this way and thought, I don't know where I'm going. There's no icon for my ship. Your scanner, you have a little visor tool that we use to help locate things. So that's my current objective. If I go back into my exo suit inventory, we move over to multi-tool. This is where your scanner and visor is. It's asking you to click onto an empty slot to build the analysis visor. And in order to make this, I'm going to require some carbon nanotubes. So in order to make a product, I'm going to go into my inventory of my exosuit. Once again, select something, an empty inventory slot. And then I'm going to build a carbon nanotube. And I can build it immediately because I've got that stockpile of carbon that we mined earlier on. So I can build that right now. So I'll go over across to the multi-tool. And then I can immediately put that into the tool itself. And now can look for things. So if you're on control, you want to hold your left trigger in. If you're on mouse and keyboard, that is F. And now you're going to see a lot of icons pop up. So don't worry about what they all mean. We'll get to them in time. But you'll see like these little red dots. They're animals moving around. If we look out towards them and scan them, we'll get a little bit of money. Same thing can be done for rocks. Same can be done for trees. Once you've scanned an animal, you'll see this little green paw print. That means that you've logged it. Any other animals that you haven't logged will still be red. So if you see red, this little red dot, it's pointing towards an animal you have not scanned. So we'll also get that one. So to scan, I have my scanning automatically set up to basically scan when I'm looking at something, which you can change in the settings, but I think by default you need to be holding down your left trigger and then press the right and hold the right trigger to scan something, or left mouse click. And then you don't need to do this, but everything that you've scanned will show up here in that discoveries tab that I was talking about earlier. So I've currently scanned 3 out of 5 animals. If you scan all the animals on a planet, you will get a bit of a boost to the nanites you can get. So if I get the other 2, I'll get a bit of a boost. I'll get 1,250 nanites to do that. But it will tell you where they are. So there's another common one that runs around on the ground, and I've got an uncommon flying. I'm very likely to probably come across those. The hardest ones to find, hardest animals to find, are the ones that are underground. If you see any animals that are underground, you're probably going to have a little bit of a difficult time finding them. So have some patience if you're dead set on cataloguing that planet. If you're not dead set on cataloguing that planet and just want to go to as many planets as you can to get some bonuses, move on. Just move on, save yourself some time. Get off the planets that have got the underground animals, because they can be a pain to find. The other more tricky ones to find are the ones that are primarily found in a north or south poles, just because that requires you to be in a very specific place on the planet. We kind of just want very generalized animals if we're looking for cataloging in particular. But because these are all general, because they're not specified to any particular location, they are a ground. There's 4 ground, 1 flying. Although a couple of those said rare, you know, they've not been that rare if they have just literally come across them. If you haven't found them, when you look around, I would literally just encourage you to have a bit of patience, move around, and you will literally just, all you're looking for is those red dots There's another one there, look. Boom. 4 out of 5. So the last one that I'm looking for will be flying, because we know that. To go back to this, the buried technology module. I can't do anything with it yet, but I can at least see that it's underground. My starship icon has appeared. That's telling me where I'm going. It will also appear when I've got this visor down. If I want to particularly walk towards something, I can tag it. So let's say there's something, an icon that I like the look of. I can look towards that and then tag it by holding E or by holding X. And now it will stay. And tell me how far away it is. But we don't need that right now. We're going back towards the ship. So that's what we're going to do. I'm just noticing I'm getting a little bit low on the oxygen, so like I said, I'm just going to pick some of the oxygen off this. Take that. See if there's any oxygen near me. Yes. Not that I feel threatened right now that I'm suddenly going to run out of life support, but it's just good to have these resources on hand. The resources we've used so far for crafting have obviously been the ferrite and carbon. So I'm just going to get a little bit more carbon, just so I'm a little bit more stacked up. Trees are an awesome sense of this. As you've seen this now, you can see there's 2 materials under it. That's because I've scanned it. So this will give me both carbon and condensed carbon, which is great, because condensed carbon does some magical things for us. So if I want the extra resource, scan it. And then that will give me also carbon and condensed carbon. You might be quite unlucky in the planet that you've spawned on. Sometimes the planets don't have much plant life, and it's a little bit harder to obtain. But if you find if you've basically landed on a planet that doesn't have many trees or plants, what I would suggest for carbon is, rather than trying to stick it out and get loads on there, as soon as you get access to get off that planet, do get on another planet, find a planet that's got more accessible carbon. Don't make your life hard. We really, really want to make this game as simple and as easy as possible by making sure we've got all the resources available on hand. Hello, Jay. Thanks for joining us. Don't play the game tediously. Basically, I'm trying to talk through here as if people haven't played the game for the first time. I've watched many players come into this game and kind of bounce off it because they don't understand the game systems and get overwhelmed by how much it's asking you to click in and out of inventories. So although I am going probably painfully slow for you, Jay, if you're familiar how to play this game, I'm effectively speaking as if I'm speaking to an absolute beginner who isn't really familiar with controls, who isn't really familiar with survival games. And once they've got that basic knowledge of why and how, then we can speed things up a little bit. So my hazard protection's falling. As I said, you don't need to panic. I'm probably still going to make it back to my ship, even if I take a little bit of damage. But obviously I'm moving fast, which is draining my life support quicker. Plenty of time. Now, you can see that white bar on my life support. That's now low. That's going to be a problem. So now I've got 2 things attacking my health. So that doesn't recharge automatically. I'm going to have to recharge that with the oxygen that I picked up earlier. See, plenty of time. Didn't need to refill that bar. And now it automatically refills. Okay. So we've got the Hermetic Seal because we got it from that objective. Put it straight in there. And now we've got pure ferrite. And dihydrogen jelly to make. Which brings us on to refining. So refining is what I've hinted at a little bit earlier. It's the sodium nitrate. It's the condensed carbon. These are more refined versions of these basic materials, which I highly recommend that we use these refined materials to be recharging our tools, refueling our ships, whatever bar it is that needs charging. Where possible, we want to be using a bit more of an efficient, condensed version, because we'll get more bang for our buck in that. A big early game issue is using these base resources to recharge everything always, and what you're going to do is just going to be burning through them, which means you're going to have to go mining for them sooner, and then you're going to stress yourself out. So avoid this at all costs, that loop. You want to hang on to these base resources, but you also want to refine them. So the resource it's now asking us to find is that blue crystal I was talking about, that dihydrogen. So if we give a scan, there's a blue H right there. This is often used for ship launcher fuel. It's a very tedious resource to get hold of. Many people hate mining this stuff. So we're going to try and get off it as quickly as possible. But right now we're going to gather that for the dihydrogen jelly. So any blue crystals that we see, that's what we want. And again, I would advise, where you can, to just try and get a bit of a basic bulk of it. You know, the more you have in your inventory, the less you're going to have to keep running back to these things. It's right in front of me, I'm blind. The less you're going to have to be interrupting that flow of gameplay, which will exhaust you. And then at some point what we're going to do is move away from mining completely. You know, what we don't want to be doing is this for the rest of the game. You know, this is a very early game way to get resources, and it's slow. So if you play all of your game like this, being on foot, using your hand mining tool, and then getting the resources as and when you need them, you're going to get stressed out pretty quickly. Mining being slow, so I'm going to recharge it. But you can see here I've got two options now, because I've got the carbon, but I also picked up that condensed carbon from that little red container. So I've got 85 on me. You can see there's an 85 there in brackets. It's going to take 27 to fully recharge my tool. As you can see here, it would be 80 carbon to fully recharge that mining beam. So definitely more efficient. I would use this if you have it. And if you don't have it, we're about to make some. So these bigger crystals are also that dihydrogen, but we can't currently access that because we don't have an advanced mining tool. We will have one fairly shortly. So I've gone to maybe 3 packs of these dihydrogen crystals, because the aim of the game is I don't really want to keep getting on my ship and getting to these. Just want a basic stack, and that'll do me for now. So I've got the resources that I need for the dihydrogen jelly, so I can make that now in that spare inventory space. And I need to return to my starship. put that dihydrogen straight in there. And once again, it's asking us to leave. And it's now going to give us the instructions so that we can make the pure ferrite that we need. So, in order to do that, we're going to craft this portable refiner. So to open that menu, if you're unaware, that will be up on your D-pad or Z on the keyboard, and it will tell you exactly what you need. So 30 oxygen, we've got plenty of that because we've been collecting it on the way, and a metal plating, and we've got more than enough resources for that. So I can build that straight away. So to refine materials, we want to put some fuel in. So once again, if we have it, we want to use the condensed version because we'll get more bang out of it. If we don't have it, we basically want to condense carbon as quickly as possible. So what I would even do is put some carbon in there and condense some carbon straight off the bat. Now you'll see this is a 2-to-1 conversion, so if I was to convert all of this into condensed carbon, I'm only going to get half. And I don't really want to use all of my carbon up, because then I'm going to have to mine more carbon. So be mindful about how much you're putting in here. I'm probably just going to have like 150, and I'm going to keep the rest as carbon. So I'm going to stop this process now. I'm going to move that into my inventory, move this back into my inventory, and then that's mine. Now, there's obviously carbon still in it for fuel. So what we can do to get that back out, we can pick up this machine. So just like you were destroying the resources and the materials in the other bits of machinery, it's that clicking in that right thumbstick, it's like clicking in that middle mouse, and you'll pick up the fuel and the item itself, and if you've refined anything, also that as well. It can be a quick way to do that. But I haven't made the condensed carbon, the pure ferrite yet, so I'm going to place that down. But the reason I picked it up is because I want to put in this condensed carbon as fuel instead, so I'm not wasting the carbon itself. So ferrite dust is a 1-to-1 conversion, and I only need 50. So I can stop at any time, but I'm going to stop at 100, so I've got an excess of that, and still some ferrite dust for me. And I can now fully repair the starship. So we're ready to get off this planet. And it will invite you to do so. So to take off is that right trigger, is W on the keyboard. And you can see it's cost me 25% of my launch fuel, which is why that launch fuel part of the gameplay I was talking about can be a bit tedious. Early game, because it takes quite a bit to take off. So again, we need to think tactically about how and where we're putting our ship, how often we're taking off in it, because the more we're doing that, the quicker we're going to drain that fuel. We're going to move out into space. So right trigger to fly forward, W on the keyboard, aim upwards, and then if you hold B on your controller or shift, you will also boost forward and out of the atmosphere quicker. And well done, you are now in space, and you get to enjoy these beautiful vistas. It's good to still see you with me, Jay. I hope things will slightly pick up a little bit more in terms of pacing now. Now I've gone over the absolute fundamental basics. And sometimes I think just remembering some of these basics. I mean, I myself, late game, end game player, have often forgotten the importance of using condensed materials. So when I've kind of gone back to early games or expeditions, I'm kind of burning through my materials very quickly. So sometimes it's been a good reminder for me Okay, so objective here is just to test the ship objective, so it's going to teach us how to boost. So like I said, it's B on the controller, left shift on the keyboard. It's now going to teach us how to use our pulse drive, which is space on the keyboard, and both left and right bumper on controller. You need to hold that down for a charge and it will just catapult us forward. And we've tested it, off we go, we're good. So now we've got a message coming in. So we're just going to open up that quick menu. Please identify yourself. Identify myself. You are not alone. Follow the broadcast ends and strangely as it begins, the final piece of the signal appears to be a set of planetary coordinates. So we'll input that coordinate data.
Alert. Navigational data received.
And it's given us a new place to go to. So if you aim your ship towards the icon with the reticule and then hold your pulse drive, it tends to lock onto it and will take you directly there. So you can now let go. Now sometimes this will require you to fly across the system that you're in into a different planet. This one's put me on the same planet. So it is very different for everybody. We don't all start on the same planet. There's an unfathomable amount of planets available to us, and we will never, ever, ever see them all. So we will all start on our own planet. So if we land down, it never takes us directly to the objective most of the time, and it's going to make us land in what seems in a random location, and you're going to use your visor and it's going to tell you roughly the distance for the objective, right? Now the next time we have an objective, I'm going to show you a bit more of an efficient way to get around this so that you're not landing and then trying to find it, because once upon a time these markers just take you straight to where it is you're going. This is obviously trying to encourage you to get out and spend a little bit more time on the floor. But in terms of that fuel efficiency, in terms of just general time, that's a little bit of area we can work on. Obviously we've spoken about these, so there's one right near me. I'm going to pick that up immediately. I'm going to get rid of this. And it's giving me nanites, great. So if you want to look for these directly, this is the icon that we're actually looking for, that little cog. So whenever you are looking around, if you see those cogs, they are those machines that are on fire. So it can be very helpful to specifically look for those, because they will give you upgrades for your multi-tool, your suit, or nanites. And just because we get the upgrades doesn't necessarily mean that we immediately want to put them in. Early game we might want to, just that we have something. But we might actually want to hold on to them, and that's what I'd actually encourage you to do. If you get any blueprints early on, I would ask you to hold on to them. And the reason being is because we can sell them for more nanites, and then we can be a bit more intentional with the upgrades that we're purchasing, which is going to just really help us get that kind of head start in the game. Because if we're just wasting money and nanites on things we don't really need, we're just slowing our process down. Now, over here, just as I'm here, for anyone who isn't aware, if anyone's come across this or is wondering what these are, this is a knowledge stone. This will teach you language. When you first click on one, you get this kind of introduction to the race. This is one primarily centered around the Gek. There's 3 races. The stone resonates, producing a sound that fills my mind. A vision begins to take shape. A small alien life form kneels before me. They are tied, beaten. Without meeting my gaze, they offer up their hand. I accept their knowledge. The Gek. The name Gek floats in my vision, an echo of the strange vision I just experienced. A word in this alien tongue is seared into my brain. And I've learnt a letter. So, if you see those, again, this icon here, you'll learn a letter each time. So, again, if you're specifically trying to speed run, I see that, Jay. Spoilers. You can primarily focus on these. There's also another way to booster language kind of learning, which would be up on a spaceship, and that's probably the quickest way, really, is speaking to aliens directly. But if you are on a planet and you're moving past them, it just makes sense to pick them up while you're on that way. So this is pointing in this general direction. So we kind of want to see if there's anything that catches our eye. There's a bit of a point of interest here. That's what it is that we're looking for. And once again, broken technology. The sparking wires of the machine generate a signal, tapping out its broadcast into the void. Whoever left this message is long gone, so we're going to decipher that signal. Decoding 161616. Entry 4925C. No fuel. Failed to reach station. Hazard protection low. No choice but to go underground. Deployed base computer. As well as the log entry, the signal contains plans for the base computer and terrain manipulator. With any luck, the base computer will hold more information about whoever is leaving these messages. We're going to extract those plans. It's alright, Jay, don't worry. I'm, again, kind of just seeing this from a new player perspective. So, don't worry, you're not, nothing to apologise for. Right, so to build that base computer, we need some chromatic metal, and it's just given us a blueprint for the terrain manipulator. And how to make that. So, terrain manipulator is part of our multi-tool. So we're going to select into, obviously, a blank spot. Select what we need. So we need 2 nanotubes, carbon nanotubes, 1 dihydrogen jelly. We should hopefully have enough already saved because we've been collecting that. So we can build 2 of these. So I can actually select to build multiple if I want to. You should be able to do that on your left and right bumpers. A and D on the keyboard. So I'm just going to put 2 straight into there. 1 dihydrogen jelly. And then we can put them straight in. Jay, are you? How long have you been playing the game? I'm curious to know kind of your level of experience, how familiar you are with it. I'm assuming you're towards the end of game if you're aware of that information. So I've got a terrain manipulator now. So it's going to ask us to gather copper because we need chromatic metal, and chromatic metal, well, 1700 hours. That's some impressive figures, Jay. I like that. Have you played since day one? Chromatic metal is a refined product, once again. So we're going to be using this bad boy, but it's refined multiple ways. But in the early game, it's refined with copper. So to find copper, it's showing us a particular symbol that we want to look out for in this scanner, which is this symbol. This is a resource deposit symbol, but there can be multiple resources on a planet. So dioxide is absolutely something we want to get. They're located on cold planets and are a more efficient way of refueling that white bar. So we may even just grab that now. Just going to get some carbon on the way. Just so they were stocked up. Early 22 is when you started. Waited till the first major update, it was just broken. So which update was it you came in on, Jay? I myself started when it came out on PS4. Fell in love with the game massively. Probably played maybe 30, 40 hours into the game. Then was severely disappointed because I was like, where's the rest of the game? Where's the rest of the game that they promised? And God, if people find the game tedious now, it was hella tedious when that game first came out. The inventory slots were so small you could barely hold anything in them. It was pain. But as the years have gone on, it's become much easier, much less tedious. And certainly over the last few years, I've found myself, since I've got a PC powerful enough to play it, like finding myself more and more in the game. February, March 2022, is that? Yeah. I wonder if that was... I think that might have been a year after Frontiers. I think Frontiers came out in 21. You have to let me know. Was settlements already in the game, Jay?
Extreme cold damage detected. Technology recharge.
So on that recharge, you may have seen me that I used the sodium nitrate. Like I said, it's the more efficient way to keep this suit recharged. And I've barely tapped into that sodium, if you've seen. Like I've barely touched it at all using those little bits of gameplay that I've shown you. Settlements was in game, yes, yeah. I wonder, I can't really remember. I've got a feeling it might have been Companions that came out February 22. I might be talking nonsense, but that is my guess. But you definitely came in at a beautiful time to play. There was a lot of features and functions added by that point. So this is a resource deposit. As you can see, it is in the ground, and if I use my mining laser on it, nothing, because we need the terrain manipulator that we've just picked up. So to change tools, I believe is Y on your controller or G on the keyboard. And a tip that I want to talk about, this terrain tool, is to cut holes or build terrain on a planet. Now you can make the cutting tool bigger and smaller. On keyboard it is R to make it smaller, T for bigger. To recharge this, you can use something called silicate powder. I would advise doing that so that you're not cutting into any other resources. And what I would advise you do is just take big chunks. So make your tool as big as it can and take some big chunks out of the land, and you'll see in my right hand side that I am earning silicate powder. And if I just kind of move this mouse around like this, I'm getting loads and loads and loads of it. And you will naturally kind of pick this up anyway when you are mining out terrain that's in the ground. If you're on Switch, this process is going to be painfully slow, I'm sorry to say. The Switch struggles a little bit to cut out terrain, so if you're seeing this rapid cutting out, it's because I'm using slightly more powerful hardware. So it can cut out things in seconds. The Switch takes a bit of jigging and a bit of patience. So what I would recommend on the Switch is to kind of do this motion, swing it from side to side, and the game will kind of wake up and realise that you are trying to manipulate it. But you can see I've cut a massive cave very quickly into that mountain. So that's given me a lot of resource. So now to the opposite wants to happen here. So now if I'm specifically mining out a resource, I want to make this dot as small as possible, because when you're mining resource, you get more mined when you're using the smaller laser for these resources in the ground, because obviously there's a finite amount of area here that we're cutting into. We want to and it takes time to move towards different resources. So we want to make sure that we're getting the most out of our time here to make our time most efficient. So it means that we have to come back here less and mess around less with these systems. So the reason I've picked this resource, like I said, my objective is telling me to go straight for copper to further on the objective, but I'm here, this made most sense, and this is a resource that is used as an alternative for your life support, and is way, way more effective than oxygen. So if I can use this instead of oxygen, it means I get to stockpile my oxygen for something else, which is great. You can also sometimes buy this in space stations. Once upon a time you used to be able to buy oxygen. You may still be able to. I'm going to ask Jay for this. Jay might know. Jay, are you aware if you can still buy oxygen in space stations? I have not seen oxygen in space stations for the longest time, so I am unsure if that is the case. But if you can, whenever we're in a situation where we can buy something rather than mine it, you know, if you're looking again for that efficiency, do that. Do that. Make the game as easy as you can. So I'm out of charge. One thing, I'm going to go into this charge menu, terrain manipulator. So I can use obviously the ferrite and the pure ferrite to charge it, but then I'd be cutting into something I don't want to do, like I said. So that's why I mined out that cave to get that silicate powder. It's only going to take 160 to charge my terrain tool, and there's infinite amount of this silicate powder. It's everywhere, and it's very quick to get, so I'm going to use that instead, and then carry on. Don't use resources when you don't have to. Is a real big #1 tip here, because you're just going to pay for it later. It's just going to require you to spend more time going back over things and kind of really killing that gameplay flow. How much of this have I got? 475. I mean, that's enough for now. I'm just going to leave that alone, because this is very efficient stuff. If I go into my life support, you can see I can fully refresh half that bar for 8, whereas it would cost me 9 oxygen. So that's why I went and got that. You will always find oxide on frozen planets. There's a resource mine there of sodium, so rather than going to get the plants, you can manually direct that out of the soil if you like, if you needed sodium nitrate, for example. But we're looking for copper, so we're just going to have a mosey round, and every bit of resource seems to be something else other than what we need. So we just, if you can't find it, keep moving. Just keep moving. Move away, get some distance, and as you move forward, as you move around, like, new things are going to start to pop up. Pick up things, just learn to pick up things when you're moving past them. Just so, again, you're just making most of your journey. Don't forget to appreciate the beautiful terrain as we move by. Because really, this is what it's about. You know, in these moments of peace, this is what the game's about. It's about taking it slow. It's about enjoying what's around you and trying to minimize the frustration with the systems as much as possible. Possibly 2020 is when maybe the oxygen stopped. Yeah. Thanks, Jay. I appreciate that. Oh, also, No Man's Sky must have been earlier, because my account actually goes back to 2021. No Man's Sky must have been much earlier. Is that in regards to the oxygen? Is that what you're talking about? Sorry, Jay, I've confused myself there. But always, as you're moving, say, just pick up the stuff that you see. Pick up the stuff that you see. Because this future you will thank you for it. You know, you might think, oh, I'll skip out on it. Don't do it. It's a trap. So I've run a bit further forward. And there's dioxide. Dioxide. Sodium. I'm not having much luck here, am I? We'll keep moving. Now, I just want you to be mindful. Oh. I ran out of jetpack, so just let it recharge. Don't panic if you get stuck in these. If you jetpack up against a cliff face, you have unlimited jetpack. If you jetpack away from a cliff face, you'll see it drain pretty quickly. So if you ever get stuck down, don't worry. If you just hug a wall and jetpack upwards, you'll get out, no problem. Possibly 2020. Oh, so you're talking about your save, I see. I've definitely had like long hiatuses myself, Jay. Like plenty of times I've like really fell in love with the game and then just not touched it for months and months and months, and then well years. You know, definitely in between next and maybe 2020, maybe a bit like yourself. So there was like 2 years maybe I barely touched it. And I think after Foundations and Pathfinder was the cars one, right? Again, I didn't really play in it all that long. I think it was Next that really dragged me back in for a while. So I'm a little bit further ahead. And oh wow, we are coming up short on the copper, man. What is going on? We're getting rinsed here. What was I saying? Yeah, be mindful that your ship. If you've landed, we've landed. I've only taken off once, and I've landed once, which means there's still some fuel left in there. But because it's only got 25%, it can only take off one more time. Because if that's at 0, if that launch thruster is at 0, I'm not going to be able to call my ship to me, and I'm going to have to run all the way back, which is a 5-minute run at this point. But I don't need to because it's currently got some launch fuel,
Extreme cold damage detected.
which means I can call it to me. So don't worry about straying it way too far, I guess is what I'm saying. If you've got fuel in that thruster, you're good. Where is all the copper? And this is what I mean about kind of every planet's going to be very different. You guys may have landed and immediately seen copper somewhere. You might have even landed on it. Me? It appears to be nowhere. Ooh, that was the last flying. That's the animals. So if I go back into log. Oh no, discovery. 5 out of 5 fauna discovered. Right, so that was a real easy fix. All 5 of those easily found. I can now upload this. So if I hold to register, hold A, left click, I'm going to get a nice bonus for cataloguing all the animals on that planet. And that's given me a bit of a boost. So if you can, and it makes sense to, do it. Because that 1,200 boost is like super crucial early game. Get some achievies kicking in. Oxygen is still on stations, Jay says, but it is now rare, I think. Yeah, I can't remember the last time I've seen oxygen. But there are very easy ways of getting oxygen, and again, that's something we want to kind of get to as soon as possible, really, in the game, so that we're not having to waste time either trying to find a station where we can buy it, or even worse, go on a planet and look for it. What I would say is sometimes the inventories in shops can be different to, well, each different system can have different inventories. So one one inventory isn't a static thing across the universe, if you like. So what you can buy in one system, you may be able to buy something else in another. But what I would say is you can also buy things from like the NPCs directly, the aliens. And they often have slightly different inventories as well. So sometimes it might be worth checking out them directly because they may have a stash of oxygen somewhere that you can't buy in the station. But we'll talk a little bit more about that when we get there. We're not quite there yet. What is going on? Sodium, sodium. I feel like I'm losing my marbles here. This is some terrible luck with with copper. Are you believing this, Jay? No copper. So many of you would have found copper hours ago. Oh, there we go. There we go. There we go. It even really wanted to point it to me. Look, it's dragging me there. So I can look towards it. I can hold to tag it, and it's going to stay there now. And I'm going to move towards it. Now you will have noticed with a keen eye, I'm sometimes running past these things, these random things that are out there. This is a food item, and it's not important right now. And the reason I'm moving past it is because I don't want to pack up my inventory with useless things. Because inventory management is super, super important early game. So right now, it's not a priority. It's really not a priority. So I'm just running past things I don't need. And look, 16 dioxide versus 40 oxygen. That's absolutely the play. Alright, we made it. So once again, remember we want to make this tool as small as possible, and then we're going to cut all this out. Now, chromatic metal, which is going to be the material that we're going to be refining from this copper, is something that's used fairly often in complex material recipes. And as I alluded to earlier, there are more efficient ways as we move through the game to get more chromatic metal in your refining process. For example, there are more rarer materials, more rarer metals than copper in different systems, and they refine more efficiently into more chromatic metal. So I think copper is really inefficient in a 2-to-1, so however much copper you've got, you're going to get half of that chromatic metal, which is a pain in the arse. But you also probably don't want to burn through all of your copper in case you need copper. So you've always got to be mindful when you're refining not to burn everything up. I'd say as a good rule of thumb, it's probably good to have like maybe 50 in excess of something. So like, just in case that I'll ever need that. Because you're likely to need it at some point. You're always going to need it at some point. That's something that can be helpful to get into your mind. Now, I'm quite close to another copper mine, so I'm actually just going to go get that now. I'm not going to wait until I need it again. I know I'm going to need it again. I'm moving past these red red boxes. Open it all up because they're refined stuff. It's good stuff to get. Microprocessor. This is a technology used for upgrades. They're quite expensive to buy. We do not have the ability yet to make or craft these. So in order to gain them, and we're going to need them fairly soon, we're going to need to buy them. So the fact that I've got one means I need to buy one less. So I'm going to keep that. And rather than wasting my hazard protection, it's about to die again, I'm going to now call my ship that's almost 10 minutes away to me. So I'm going to bring up that quick menu. I'm going to move over to summon vehicles, summon my ship once it turns green. I'm going to then call it. And I've just saved myself a long walk. Now I was only able to do that because I had the fuel in the system. And now I'm going to jump in so I can recharge my hazard protection without costing me resources. So it's going to need refueling. So don't forget about that. Okay. Now, earlier on I picked up one of these, didn't I? A Starship launch fuel. And I got that from a technology module. So I'm going to put that in now. Now it's at 100%, it means that I'll be able to take off 4 times. Really terrible, I know. Really terrible efficiency. I promise you, it will get better as time moves on. But we really want to be tactical with how often we're burning this up. Jay says, I'm trying to find an 8030 system. They're super rare to come across. An 8030 in what? I'm not sure what that's in. I've just figured out there is a quick button for torch on keyboard, which is T. Just in case you're interested, I didn't know that. I have my torch. Torches tend to automatically come on when things are dark and when you're in a cave. But if anyone's been watching or anyone comes across some of my previous streams over the last few days, you'll have been hearing me talk about the fact that I have mine automatically turned off. I have to manually turn it on because since the most recent update with the lighting, I just love it. Like the ambience that the light gives off, certainly in cave systems and even just outside, is amazing. And I think the torch can actually kill it sometimes, so I tend to have that off by default. Recharge equipment. Again, we're going to avoid the ferrite and the pure ferrite. We want to use this silicate powder. That's why we gathered that big amount earlier on. So that when this dies, we've just got it on hand. We don't want to waste our time going backwards and forwards. I think this game flows so much better if you use broad strokes, in the sense that if you're collecting a resource, focus on collecting that resource for a little bit. Don't just collect what you need. Collect a little bit more, and there will be a future version of you that will thank you for it. If you don't, if you just collect on hand, you're going to be stopping and starting again and again and again, and it's going to drive you up the bloody wall. It's quite a big terrain amount. The max stat is 80-30. I found a couple 79-29s. What stat are you referring to, Jay? I'm a little bit confused. The max stat is 80-30. In what, though? Are you talking about technology modules? I'm really stumped with that. Again, if you're on Switch, you're finding difficulty, do this motion. Move side to side. It struggles. Switch really struggles with this. I still tend to find myself doing it on PC, but it's less needed because it will register that I'm mining where I'm looking. Switch doesn't like that. And I think it can be very similar if you're using some of maybe the older generation of consoles. And I'm talking specifically there, like, you know, maybe your PS4 or your Xbox Ones. Because I vaguely remember doing something similar on my PS4 when the game first came out. Just struggling for the terrain to register. And you do get a little bit complacent, I guess, with how the newer versions of this game run, because it runs so much faster. The older consoles, the less powerful consoles, have a bit more of a difficult time. Again, silicon powder. Bang. 3 recharges. I've still got more to go if I need them. System economy. I see. Okay. I've never actually paid attention to those numbers, I don't think. I think the issue with that I've had with system economy and kind of overlooking it is, I think probably by the time those systems got a little bit of a look at, particularly with like the trade surges and like the trade commodities, I didn't need them. I'd already had the money. And again, these are probably very good ways early game to make money. And for those of you who are not sure what I'm talking about, because I'm speaking out loud to someone in chat, we're talking about different systems have different levels of like economy. So you often get like high, medium, and low. And like I was alluding to earlier, some of the systems will have different things that you can buy. So there are different trade items, if you like, that you can buy in each system. And some systems you're going to find them cheaper, and other systems will buy them at a profit or a discount. So there's like it's quite a fairly obvious green and red. It should show you whether, you know, you're getting something at a slight discount or they're overcharging you for it. But you can play as a trader if you wanted to, once you've got a little bit of cash and an economy scanner installed, and you'll know where to go. There's even a function now where you can follow a trade surge. And maybe we will look at that a bit further down the line, just to explain that process properly, because at the moment, for anyone who isn't that far into the game, I am talking nonsense. So I'll just stick to where I'm at currently. But money is important, because money is a time saver. And although at the beginning of the game you have none, you know, I've got 8 grand here, and I got that out of that little machine, didn't I? And all of this resource that I have here, I do not want to sell. All of it is super, super useful to me, so I don't want to sell that. So I'm not getting this up yet. You might feel a bit disheartened at this point in the game, like, well, how am I making cash? There are plenty of ways to make cash, and you will get super rich. It is inevitable. Don't worry about it. I'm just going to get this last little bit, just because I like to start what I finish. No, can't be asked. That's it. Done. I've got enough. I've got enough. Copper. I've got 1,500 out of those 2 trains. So I'm not going to have to worry about copper for ages now, which is why I'm really recommending that you just spend that little bit of extra time getting the resource. Don't bugger off as soon as you get what you need. Just spend that little bit of time, and then you've got it. You know, you've got enough for that rainy day. So what I'm going to do, we're going to refine. So we're bringing out the refinery again. Remember, we want to put the condensed version in. It's more efficient. We're going to put some copper in here, and then we're going to refine some. So I'm going to refine. I'm not going to refine all of it. I'm probably going to have 100. I feel like if I've got 100 of that in my inventory, I've got something. And I know I've got more resources to make more. So it's not a resource issue. I have it on hand. I just don't have it pre-made if we need it. And to be fair, with the amount I've got, I might just make 200. Why not? Again, if you've got that little bit more to spare, it just... If you're already in the middle of something, take that little bit extra time. You don't have to come back to it later. You are always inevitably going to have to make more and mine more. That is part of the game, but the more you can, the longer you can go without doing that, the more your gameplay is going to flow and kill that tedious breaking up of gameplay. I saw a streamer the other day happen to bounce off this early game hard because they were so frustrated at the crafting systems and so frustrated at the collecting. And again, it's just they're doing what they're told from the instructions, so they're literally doing what they're told, but doing what they're told creates pain. So this is why I'm being very thorough in my explanations, because it doesn't have to be that hard. Right, I'm not taking all that out because I'm just going to pick the whole thing up and it's going to put it all in my inventory for me. And I can now build the base computer. So this is just a tutorial in terms of how to build your base. I don't have to build it here. You can be a bit more specific in maybe where you want to build it. You know, you might have a look around. There might be a specific pretty place that you've seen that you want to put it down. But for me, I just want to get past this bit, and I advise and encourage you to do the same, because it is literally just teaching you how to build a base. So it doesn't really matter where this is, because chances are you're not going to like what planet you're on. You're not going to like the location. You're only going to build a little shack, a little square box, and you can rip it up at any time. So don't worry about it, is what I'm saying. So base computer, get one down. So what it's going to do to claim a base, because you always have to put a base computer down first, it's going to scan the surrounding area, that if anyone's got a base already here. So we're going to check, it's going to scan out. It's already told us actually there's no prior claim, so we already know we're good. I'm looking for a system that has quad prefab and a max economy of any type, but preference is either tech or mining. But finding the blue prefabs can be a right mission. That's the RNG for you, baby. That's what keeps the game interesting. RNGesus. Yeah, I think when you're heavily relying on the game to generate something for you based on like the code, the algorithm, the equation, that's what Sean and Hello Games often refer to it. It's an equation. The reason this game exists is because it's maths. Waiting for those right string of numbers to come across in such a big game, yeah, it can take a little bit of time. Okay, base computers down. Search base computers terminal. So it's asking me to speak back with this. Accessing log from previous user. Entry 4925D follows. Storm sweeping across. Gzt. But construction supplies low. Depositing shelter plans well. Gzt. Need to back soon. Extract the plans. So this is just going to give you everything you need to build that base, which is literally a wooden shack. It's not going to look pretty, and if you're going to base your idea of this is what base building is, please don't. This is absolutely not what base building looks like later on. People can make some amazing things, and there's some incredible builders in this game that constantly wow me, and I look forward to at some point just system hopping, showing you some bases on stream. Really complex stuff. It just makes me feel like an absolute novice and somebody who likes creativity when you see like some of these crazy like mammoth huge builds. But right now the game's saying let's build a shack, so that's what we're going to do. So we're going to place down that floor. We're going to place down these walls. Now again, I'm breezing through this because I have all the resources on me. I have all of that carbon on me. Did I build the wrong thing? Hold on. What have I done? So, if you build something wrong, like I have, it's asking me to build a door. For some reason it hasn't registered, so I'm going to enter the build menu. I'm going to click C to edit parts, and then I'm going to press X to delete a wall behind it, apparently. Delete this. I'm going to bring that wall back. Timbered floor. Why is it flashing random things at me? I think it may have just a little bit glitched out there. Don't worry about it. It basically wants you to put 3 walls, a door on, and a roof. Oh my god, that placement. Terrible. What am I doing? There we go. There's me little shack. So now I have this. I can use it to get myself out of the storm. And again, breeze through that because the resources it's asking you to use are carbon, ferrite, or pure ferrite. And if we have those on hand, we're just going to move through this, no problem. Where the hell did all that carbon come from? That's a crazy amount. I did get some trees here, didn't I? Just before earlier. Anyway, back to the computer. Accessing log from previous user. Additional archives recovered. Entry 4925E follows. Construction largely a success. Recovered salvage data from nearby. Plans logged. Scans indicate additional subterranean devices. Begin search. Extract plans. Whoever recorded these logs evidently had some success. I have access to their plans and perhaps I can learn from their efforts. So it's given us a new thing. Again, another pop-up. Potential overwhelm. Don't worry about it. Chill. It's just trying to introduce you to how to unlock more building parts. And what a lot of what happens in this game, it kind of wants to flash you a new shiny thing to do to let you know that it exists. It doesn't mean you have to do it. A lot of this stuff that it's bringing your attention to isn't like priority 1. And we're not too far off, basically, throwing it all away if we need to. You know, once we get access to a hyperdrive in the very, very near future, the next few steps, because we're not too far away from it now, if you want, you can just forget about the story. You can do what you want from that point onward. You've got the tool. You've got the ability to do your own thing. So that's literally as far as you need to get if that's all your intention is. You still won't be able to access all systems because you'll need other technologies, but it doesn't mean that you can't get them through playing the game. You don't have to follow the story. You can do it your way. And with these basic, I guess, survival tools that I've given you, you know, you're going to be set up to just explore if you want to. You don't have to come to the story. However, I would, if you're a new player, really recommend that you do stick on the Artemis quest line, which is the one we've kind of been following. It hasn't yet like fully materialized and revealed itself to the Artemis quest line, but this is like kind of the early game quest. I recommend that you stick on it because it does help give you like a gameplay purpose to move forward. It introduces you to all the different races, gives you some context behind who they are, what their lore is, and also teaches you how to play the game. And as you're playing that, you're going to get a few more quests pop up, and if you're not careful, you'll actively start chasing something else and get distracted. So try and make sure that you focus in on that main quest, I would say. Anyway, like I say, it's trying to give you more options to build. It's talking about base building, expanding. Don't worry about what that's saying. Basically, if you can recall back to that little bit of something in the ground a while back, one of these, that symbol, if you can remember that, we're now at the point where we're ready to dig them up, because obviously now we've got the terrain manipulator to do it. So unlike the resources, don't worry about making your tool as small as possible. Make it as big as possible. Just cut it out. Just get it out. There it is. Pick it up. Salvage module. Now, as you can see, they sell for quite a bit. They are very, very useful because these will unlock base parts. So if you're really like dead set on building, you want to collect these, and they're everywhere. They're on every single planet, and you're just looking for that symbol. Sometimes, if you're on a slightly different planet, you may see that symbol, but it's gold, right? You might be on a planet that either has ancient bones or salvage data. Salvage data, is that right? Salvage models. Salvage capsules. Salvage summit. Salvageable scrap, I think it's called. That's something different. Similar process. It will lead you to a place, as an area that you can dig up with your terrain manipulator. Again, just use the big one, dig it up, and you will effectively pick up a high value item. So if you are on a planet and you want to make some cash, I highly advise that you do that, because you're just going to get money quicker. We're on a planet that doesn't have bones or that salvageable scrap, so we've got the data. We've got salvageable data, and that's a really good early way of making some money quick. So we're going to get more than we need, so that we can get some money when we get onto the space station. But right now, I'm obviously stood next to one of these, so we obviously want to get that and not forget about it. Almost put that in my inventory. Out of force of habit. Delete. And it's given me what I need. Okay, so we're going to just pick up a few of these. Again, the more you collect now, the less work you've got to do later. Now, for the actual objective, I don't believe you need that many. You only need a handful, maybe 5, 10, something like that. And then everything else is optional. You know, every other base building part is optional after that point, so you don't have to spend them. Now, I wouldn't advise always digging these up and selling them. I think as soon as you get to a point where you can sell other things, do that, because you want to build up a stockpile of these to unlock the base building parts. But while you don't have a better way of making money, use this, because you got to use what you got. You want to make this. You want to make it efficient. You don't want to be selling any of this important resource, because you're going to lose hours of work. You're going to lose a lot of time doing that. Other ways that you could do that I used to make a bit of cash is once we got in space, just like this pass. The sound effect is always so so extra. It has to make itself known. When you're in space, there are meteors. You can shoot those. They can basically mine in space with your little shooter, if you like, and you can get gold and silver. Gold sells fairly well. It also makes you a target to pirates. Basically any high value item, if you've got that in your inventory, if pirates are scanning. Oh, look at that lot. Into a cave. We're just gonna hijack off the back of that, because my hazard protection's low. I'm just gonna get out of there into this cave system to let it recharge. But yeah, if you've got any high value items in your inventory and you're out in space, you are likely to paint a target on your back with pirates. It doesn't mean that every single time you go into space they're going to shoot you, but just know you are going to be teasing them. So I'm mindful in my top right, my terrain manipulator is about to die, so I'm just going to charge it up now with that silicon powder. Now I'm in a cave. Let's just say I wandered into this cave and I got really deep, and I'm like, how the hell do I get out? Well, remember, you've got this. Shoot upwards. Not too far up, but like at a slight angle. and you can cut your way out. You don't have to find the mouth of the cave. And obviously as you're doing that, you're getting more silicate powder, which is good for your terrain tool. Oh, how tasty. We'll pick these up while we're here. I've picked up a Gek relic and another microprocessor. Brilliant. So these Gek relics, you can sell them. They're a commodity, but they're also used as an interaction item with the aliens themselves. So actually, they can be used to help improve standing and relationship with them. It's one of those that if you get them, I would say you probably don't want to hold onto them in your general inventory. If you want to hoard them for a little bit because you want to have some on hand in case you need them for an NPC or a mission, I would actually encourage you to store them in your starship, just so that you have them, but they're tucked away elsewhere. Now I could bring my starship over here, but I would effectively be wasting launch fuel. So I'm just going to walk. Have I got these? Yeah. Okay, so advanced materials required, pure ferrite. So we're going to make a little bit more of that. Put the condensed carbon in. Ferrite dust. So 1-to-1. This refines quite quickly. So I'm going to take 100 of it. But as you can see, I'm a little bit low on this now. So I immediately know I'm obviously going to need some again very soon. So whipping out the mining laser. I'm just going to get straight on it. You know, I'm not going to wait for the game to tell me that I need ferrite. I know I'm going to need ferrite. And I know I'm low. Now sometimes what will happen, it hasn't happened yet, but it probably will do, there we go, is you get that geode pop up. They're really good. And I'll show you why in a minute. You often get them from just mining loads of rocks or resource. And sometimes you'll just get that extra geode alongside it. And I'm not following my own advice by looking at my overheating. So I'm going to pay a little bit more attention. And my laser's getting hot, so now I'm just going to just gently let my mouse go and tap it. Let your trigger go. Just literally tap it. Don't let it go too much. You don't want it to cool down too much. But this otherwise that happens. The speed that I was mining that at was much more effective than starting from scratch at 0. So once you kind of get in that flow and that momentum, it's good to keep it going if you can. Right, that will do me because we won't be long before we can buy ferrite at the space station. Because we're only a couple of steps away from going up there now, and moving forwards I'm going to begin buying ferrite rather than mining it because it's just one less thing to mine. But right now, how much do I have? 533. It's a fair amount. I'm probably not going to need to mine that again. I'll leave this out just in case I need to make anything else. I don't think so. What are we building? We're building this. So we need carbon nanotubes. So 1, so we can build on those. And is it 20 magnetized ferrite? Okay. So magnetized ferrite is pure ferrite. Refined again. I know. Mind blown. I only need 20 of it, and I don't want to use all this, so I am only going to make 20. Not a lot of things require magnetized ferrite. It's quite an advanced material. It's not that you won't need it, you're just going to need it a hell of a lot less than the pure ferrite and everything else. So you make that sparingly, I would say, until you're in a position where you don't need to worry about it. So now I can build this. You can build it outside if you wish, or build it inside. So if there's a storm, which one's coming in, I can do it while I'm inside. Analysis unit online. Diagnostic suggestion: users should recover salvage data from buried technology equipped and utilize analysis advisor. Brilliant, I've done that. So we're going to research buildable technology. I've got currently 8 salvage datas. They were the things that we dug up and collected. What it's going to ask us to do before we leave is buy these 3 things. It's going to ask us to buy the teleporter, the biofuel reactor, and it's going to ask us to plug it in. That's it. Everything else on here you can buy, but do not need to. And the same on the other side. You know, the other option, if you selected the other option, research structures, will take you into this menu. You can flick between the two with the back bumpers or A and D. These are all optional. You do not need them right now. So if you have particular interest in fleshing out your base now and making it pretty, you can buy all of this stuff, but it is not necessary. If you'd rather build with stone, you can unlock the stone path. Alloys. These do tend to often need slightly different things to build. So you see this wood, this timber requires carbon. The stone is silicate powder, and the alloy was ferrite dust. So they all require slightly different things to build. But we don't need that right now. We just need to buy this. Yep, we need to buy this and this. So that cost me 3. That was 2, 1, and the electrical wire was 0. So I've still got 5 left. So if I check my inventory, that 5 is worth 260,000 units. So I've got a nice little bit of chunk of change. The other thing I was going to say, this thing that's flashing, this geode, is something that we got from mining the stones, the ferrite. If you aren't familiar, you're going to miss this. You wanna highlight it and you want to analyze it, and when you analyze it, it's actually going to give you more ferrite. It's going to take one away. It's going to dump some ferrite into there, and that's just jumped me from like what 550 up to almost 200 more. You want to be mindful of that sometimes. If you are collecting clumps of gold, sometimes you'll find some gold nuggets. The same can be done there, and there's other little things that sometimes you can analyze. Just watch out for that when if you're inventory. If you don't know what it is, hover over it, and if it's got something that you can open or analyze, I would encourage that you do that. Okay, I'm going to put that Gek statue in there. Right, now it's telling me that I can rename my base. Brilliant. You up here. First base. First base. First base. Done. Renamed. Now you can take a screenshot if you like. If you want a particular picture to help you remember what it looks like. It's not necessary, but it can be helpful when you've got lots of bases. That will do. And that updates this. Once you've got one of these down, you don't actually need to build a teleport to it, but you won't be able to teleport out of it unless you build a teleporter. So I believe this is part of the mission. Yeah, it's going to want us to build the teleporter and the biofuel generator, like I said. So, what do we need? Sodium, plenty of carbon nanotubes, and 4 plates. So 2 nanotubes, 4 metal plating, so we can put it inside if we want. It doesn't have to be outside. Put it inside. That's that. Power supply. Select powering the base log. Powering the base. This will teach you how to power the base. So you've seen that we've actually clicked off this primary mission onto a secondary one, and sometimes the game will automatically do this for you, which might lead you down a wild goose chase. You might be chasing an objective that isn't really that important. Right now, I would say just do this bit because it's teaching you how to do it, but I'm going to teach you how to do that now. So just biofuel reactor. So what do we need? 1 metal plating. And then I think, what was it? Oxygen. Again, we've got plenty of that because we've not been using it. And then we're going to connect the wire up. The wire costs nothing. We're simply just going to click. You see these green circles? They're connect points. Click one, move it across the other, and click again. That's it. That's it. Wired. Done. And now we're going to fuel it. Now, you aren't probably going to use that all that much, so you can you use less? Oh. I've just put a whole stack of it in there, never mind. Sometimes you can split stacks. It didn't look like I could do that on this. It wanted a full stack. So I would have put condensed carbon in there, which is obviously more efficient than the carbon in terms of how much resource it takes. But this is good for 50 hours. Like, genuinely 50 hours. And that will continue to tick even while you're offline. This is the power output. That's how much it can feed. Currently there's 20 of it used because that's the teleporter, but there's another 30 available. We're literally going to do nothing else to this. It does not matter, but that's your basic 1, 2 on that. Okay, accessing log from previous user. Additional archives recovered. Entry 4925F follows. Scanner detected unusual broadcast, repeating 16 from the space station. Warning. End of archive, records interrupted. The base computer archives have reached their end. It seems there is nothing more I will learn from them. My predecessor appears to have left their base and headed towards the space station. It's telling you to get out of there. You don't need to do anything more here. It's your choice, though. It is a sandbox. I think that's something you know, it's worth remembering. If you want to stay, do so. But there is no gameplay benefit from doing that right now. You're not benefiting yourself moving forward. In some ways, you might even be slowing yourself down because it's helpful to get a few of the gameplay systems online. And then once they're online, then do what you like. Okay, so we're finally going to head up to the space station. So we're really almost at the end of this first system tutorial, if you like. That space station is going to be highlighted with this yellow marker. That's what you're looking for when you're in space. Here's the little asteroids and stuff that I was talking about earlier that you don't tend to have to go all that far to find. Very useful because they may contain tritium, as you've seen pop, gold, silver, platinum. Gold, silver, platinum. Silver's not that valuable. Gold's more valuable, platinum's more valuable than that. Again, they can be very helpful resources for some materials. There's that gold nugget that I was talking about on the planet. Make sure we can analyze that. But the tritium is the starship fuel, and that's what we're going to power the engine. Early game, we want to get off this as quickly as possible because once again it can be a little bit tedious to farm. So the other materials, if you can see, if you just pop to the side, as I'm smashing into that meteor, is pyrite. And that's another resource, a bit like that dioxide from that frozen planet. It's another resource node that I can mine out of, I believe, a desert planet. And I can use that as an alternative to fuel. I can also buy that sometimes in stations. So again, it's more efficient than tritium. You're going to get more bang for your buck. You can buy it. It's a no-brainer. So we want to get off tritium as quickly as possible. But if you're stuck, you run out of fuel, you want to get your, you want to be here. You want to be mining this stuff. If you scan, you should sometimes see, although there are clearly none here. Oh no, there's one here. A tritium-rich asteroid. So if you want something that's specifically fuel and high density, they will have a little bit more in there. Okay. I'm not going to spend my time here mining. I'm just going to get on. So don't worry about there's loads of asteroids in front of me. There's actually a storm in space happening. It's not dangerous. Don't worry. But I'm just going to pull drive straight through all this. It's not gonna harm you. Okay, big moment coming up, so I'm just going to shut my mouth for a few moments and let the song kick in. Not sure that dance really goes with the song, but that song goes on. It goes on. It's a banger, but it goes on. Especially when you've heard it for the 11th millionth time. Every time you start a new game, every time you first get in that space station, it drops. But magical moment that first time. Love it. Right, so you're in a space station now. So you're going to have spaceships land around you. This is quite a rare ship, actually. It's an exotic ship, and it will be quite expensive. Far better than this. I would say, though, hang on to this ship. It is a collectible, believe it or not. You may be in a rush to want to get rid of it and get something more efficient, and I would encourage you to do so, but I would say hang on to it, because once it's gone, it's a bugger to get back. And when you're a bit further down the line, if you want to be a ship collector, this has a lot of value in terms of like nostalgia and sentiment. On my most advanced save, my longest playing save, I stupidly sold mine, and I've been trying to get one back ever since, and I found many close variants, but it's never been the same. So yeah, this is an S-Class exotic, very fancy, but there's other ships that land. So at some point we are going to want to buy or find a ship and get something a bit more efficient, particularly because of this fucker. Your launch thruster. Pain in the arse. It really is a pain in the arse. As you know, or what we've been talking about before, is when it's fully charged, it only has 4 launches in the tank, which is crap. Really crap. And it's gonna get on your nerves recharging the launch fuel over and over again, because it's going to require more of this dihydrogen, and to make the Starship fuel is going to also cost a metal plating, and then that's more fair. And you can see it's cost. So if you're constantly pouring fuel into this, it's just a resource drain, and really a crap way of spending your time. if I'm being honest. And I think, again, it's another area where people get a bit wound up and pissed off. So we want to really try and avoid using it in terms of like taking off as much as possible until we've got better tools, because if we get a better ship, there's an upgrade that automatically refuels it, and you haven't even have to put any fuel in itself. Now, it doesn't mean it still can't run flat, but if it does run flat, it will at some point recharge to a place where it has enough fuel to take off. So theoretically, you would never need to recharge it again, and that is absolutely a quality of life feature that needed to be in when the game first came out but did not exist. But it does exist now. You can also buy more efficient upgrades for that fuel, that thruster itself, so it would cost less fuel to take off. So on one of my other saves, I've got quite a few upgrades on that thruster, and I think it takes something like 3% of the fuel, and I take off, and it recharges itself, so I'm never ever ever going to run out. Which means I can take off and land as much as I want, which is great as an explorer, because I can just get around and see what I want to see and not have to worry about charging that stupid thing. Okay? The other thing that we can use, rather than that very expensive cost of Starship launch fuel, is uranium. Again, like the pyrite that we just spoke about as ship fuel, the uranium can be used as an alternative as launch thruster, and you can put it straight in your ship. I would highly recommend to get that as soon as you can, just to save yourself a faff. Typically, it spawns on radiation planets, so if you're on a radiation planet, again, it'll be one of those resource nodes, a bit like the copper, a bit like that dioxide. You'll be able to find it on the planet, dig it out, just dig it out and get a lot of it, and you will honestly save yourself so much time. If we're very lucky, it might be on sale, but it's not. It's not. But as you can see, there is on sale metal plating, ferrite dust. There's the microprocessors that we're going to need. There's silver. There's cobalt. So I literally mentioned that right at the start when we first started. I don't think I've mined any of that. We don't even need to at this point. We don't even need to. We'll just be able to buy it. But obviously we've got no cash, so we're going to sell those 5 salvage datas that we got. Now, we could have spent more time getting more, and if you want more, just go back onto the planet, get a few more out. You know, it's not going to take you all that long to get a mill, and you might feel stacked once you get that. But money gets so much easier to make as time goes on. So I'm just going to sell on that now. Healthy level of cash, and then what I'm going to do is immediately just buy all of that ferrite, because future me is going to thank me for that. I'm probably going to actually buy 10 of those. Oh, backed out of there. I'm also going to buy cobalt. Now I've got enough to buy all of it, so I'm going to buy all of it. Okay, so I've stacked myself out a little bit in my inventory with some things. That's gonna absolutely save on this, so I don't have to cut into that. And obviously, we know we use this a lot, so I just want to stockpile that. And if I need to make more, I can, but I've already got a bit of a buffer. If I want to save that space and I don't want it in my inventory, put it in your starship. You know, and then you at least know you've got some metal plating. Quick way to do that: you can quick transfer on keyboard. That's X. You can move that again, X, into your exosuit. I believe on controller. I'm actually just gonna have to jog my memory on that. What is that? Quick transfers Y. Don't be doing this. That's what makes it feel clunky. That's what makes it feel tedious. Okay, so explore the space station, find life forms to ask about the mysterious signal. So it's basically asking us to speak with alien life forms. So this is a Viking. Just got a random milestone pop up. That's probably about making money. Yep. As you can see, I'm already on milestone 4 with that. Where is that? Is that catalog? Milestones. Milestones. Here. Exploration milestones. Where's the... money? Right. I've already got 4 stars in that by selling those 5 items. Like this, you will get to the top end milestone quite quickly. That is not reflective of end game cash, I'll tell you now. Yeah, these milestones I don't feel like they've kind of scaled with where the game's at now. And they're useless, really. They just kind of were a bit of a sense of achievement when the game first came out. Don't get me wrong, they're still nice to have, but they aren't much. Okay. So we're going to speak to this Viking. I can't understand what he's saying, because we don't understand his language. The alien, large and intimidating, seems to be attempting to be friendly. Perhaps they know the one who came before me. Ask about the other travellers. The alien draws back, startled. The look on their face tells me our conversation is over. Right, well, he's not interested then. So, on to the next is a little Gek. Now, because we did some of those knowledge stones, we happen to know one of the words that he says, which is maybe friend. The alien looks at me expectantly. They are clearly waiting for something. Perhaps they know the one who came before. Ask about the travellers. Startled by my question, the life form emits a dramatic squeak, though I do not recognise their words. The shake of their head is unmistakable. So, we'll try this guy. Despite their size, the alien does not seem aggressive, but when I blink, I see that the same red light that stared at me at the distress beacon. I'm going to repeat 16. We are watching you, traveller, friend. Find what we have left you. Though the alien speaks, the words are not their own. A string of code is echoed back to me through the red glare, logged directly to my exosuit. The crimson light fades away, and I see the platform glaring at me. Whatever has happened, they do not appear to have witnessed it. I should leave. Perhaps my base computer would be able to make something of this code. Okay. So that's that done. So this just gives you a bit of a pop-up about what stations are. Visit technology merchants to upgrade your ship and equipment. Visit the cartographer for directions. Take missions from the mission board. Use the teleporter. So on this first floor are some very important people that you're going to want to know. So you want to look at these logos. This guy sells technology upgrades for Exocraft, which are vehicles you don't currently have. This sells upgrades for your ship. This one's your multi-tool. And this one is your exosuit. Now, they are exactly the same layout every space station, so you will get quite familiar with that quite quickly. Something is an absolute must you must know when you come to this exosuit guy. Right here, he has an exosuit upgrade. If you click into this, you can buy another inventory slot, or if you click into your, like, let's say you're running out of technology slots, you can click into that and buy a technology slot instead. Okay, right now I've got plenty of technology slots, so I'm not that bothered. I'm just going to get this free exosuit upgrade inventory slot. The next one is going to cost me though, and every one after that is going to get more and more expensive. Just so you're mindful of that, okay? Exosuit. I've got 1,300 nanites because of logging all of those creatures, because I've been opening up those damaged machineries, and hopefully you have too. You may be very lucky, and I've got some technology blueprints from him, or from those machines. What I would actually encourage you to do, if you haven't installed it, is sell it. Because it's likely crap. It's likely crap, and you're going to want to spend your first few bits of nanites on very specific things. So sell it, and you're going to get more nanites. Some early things that we may want, And what I'd really encourage you to do is probably just absolutely bypass these C class upgrades, the B class and the A class. Ignore them. Go straight for S class, because they are the top end. Very, very useful upgrades. Buying anything lesser just means that you're wasting nanites, and you're gonna have to buy more when you want an S class. Just go straight for the S class. Some helpful modules to get, what we want to look out for. So there's 4 hazards in the game that have been draining the hazard protection. As we know, this thing that we keep hiding in the ship, that's a standard bar that works on any planetary hazard. We can get an extra bar, an extra protection on top of that, but for very specific hazards. So the 4 hazards are cold, heat, radiation, and toxicity. Okay, so if we get those 4, so we get cold, heat, toxicity, or radiation. If we all get those S class, we then don't start using this bar. We then use the technology bar instead, and the technology bar instead is way more efficient to manage than this, which means then we can stop pissing about with this. So again, we want to come away from this nuisance and make our survivability better and more efficient. So I'm going to see what he has. So he's got an S class for heat. He's got an S class for toxic. He's also got an S class for underwater protection module. Right now I'm not bothered about going underwater, okay? And I've got oxygen to fill oxygen tanks. Basically this will just allow you to be underwater for longer. It's pretty shit. If you've got one of these from the technology module, sell it. I'd really say sell it. Shield module, again, really not a problem right now. Movement modules and life support. You know, if you feel that your life support, which is that white bar on the bottom left, drains too quickly, this will help boost it. This will make it more effective. The movement module, if you want more ability to sprint longer before you tire, if you want a longer jetpack jump, this is your boy. This is an and movement modules are very, very good early game. And I guess a question you might want to ask yourself quite regularly, I think, when you're playing early, is what is the most annoying thing about this game right now? What's pissing me off? What do I want to do less of? Because if you're finding something's nagging at you, chances are you can probably make it better through upgrades. So again, if you're sick of recharging that life support, buy some of these. You know, if you want a larger jetpack jump, buy some of these, and you're going to be able to move quicker. You know, you're going to be able to move around quicker. It takes, again, just those few seconds of slowness out of the game. It keeps that gameplay flow in motion. It's going to be very helpful. Right now, before I spend anything, I'm going to check this multi-tool guy, because another thing that you might want to keep an eye out for is here we go, an S-class scanner module. So another great way to make money that's like very low intensity is scanning things. That you may recall, although we didn't spend too long on it, I earned some money from scanning some rocks, some plants and some animals earlier in the game, and I didn't really get a lot for it. If I install this bad boy, which I'm going to buy, this dramatically increases the amount of money that I will get. So I'm going to install this into my weapon, and if you see this upgrade, now I'm going to get more money for scanning flora, plus 7,000, more money for scanning animals, plus 6,000%, and my scan radius has also increased. Now I'm not really going to focus buying loads of these. One will do, because it's just going to help me make some cash on the side. I want to, again, early game, I want to save these nanites for something that's really important. So what I might focus on is perhaps maybe either some movement modules, or before that, maybe some of these toxic protections. You know, the sooner I can get hold of these, the sooner I'm prepped for planet side. But they are quite expensive, so I'm just gonna pick one for the sake of it. I'll go with the heat. I'm gonna pop that straight in. So now, if I'm on a hot planet, I'm gonna have an advantage. Now there are, I don't know what else is in this system. I'm gonna maybe just have a look around to see if we have a hot planet in this place, just to demonstrate quickly what's going on. Right, just let me have a quick look at what is here. Now, from first glance, maybe some of these have heat. They also might be toxic and radiation, so I'm not too sure. In order to know, I need to scan the planet. If we're looking out at the planet I've just been on, it tells me a few things. It tells me there's copper on it. That's the metal in this star system. So every planet in this system, because it's an orange star, will have copper. It also tells me that it's got dioxide, and that's what we mined for the more efficient life support. And that's native to frozen planets. And it's also got some sodium on there, and frost crystals. What does this planet have? It's another cold one. Now, if you're wondering how I know where the planets are, if you look directly in front of me, there's a screen that has a bit of a map. And on there is like the system map. You can only see this while you're in first person in your starship. So it's a fantastic way of figuring out like where the hell the planets are, because there's no way currently to target specific planets in the system, which is super annoying. I really hope that at some point Hello Games, just as a quality of life thing, allows us to do that. And you know, my heart is yours, Sean. Because when you're in a system and you don't know where it is that you're going without that target, like you can be desperately trying to find some, like this planet, and you'll be looking around and you're like, where the hell is it? And you might not know. But if you use this map in first person, it's much easier to see. Bit like the on character, you can be in third person in your ship. So you're like, you know, what the hell are you talking about? Utilities, switch starship view. If you'd prefer to play it like this, you can, and it can help people see more on the screen, get a better sense of the way that your ship's moving. It's not a bad way to play. However, you do lose that map, and that map can be very helpful to help you locate what the hell's in your system. So this planet, for example, I know there's a moon to its right. I also know there's a moon directly behind it, because I can see that on the map, and I know that the planet is actually directly in front of me. So if we look how this appears here, I've scanned this. I believe I've scanned these two, actually. These are the last three that I need scanning. So this is a planet, and this is its two moons. So it means all three of those are over there, and that shows on that map. Just want to make sure that I have scanned everything else. Oh, that's right. There was this fungal planet, right? Boggy planet. Again, that icon underneath the boggy planet was the ancient bones thing that I'm talking about. So you'll know if these planets have those systems. So it's either salvageable scrap, or ancient bones will have that same symbol there. And just like that icon we were looking at earlier, you can go and dig those things up, and they're worth a fair bit of change. But I'm not that bothered about those right now. So I'm going to look at the moons. So now that's a gamma. So that's got uranium on it, which, like I said earlier, is hyper effective at launching me. Lifeless moon. There's nothing on that. There won't be any wildlife. It won't have any atmosphere. it has rusted metal. Now, a little hack. It's not super quick, but it's certainly worth knowing. Is rusted metal, if you want some extra ferrite, will refine into ferrite dust at twice the rate. So you'll get twice the amount of ferrite dust that you have rusted metal. So if you have the time, if you have the tools and the systems, you might want to consider that. So I know this is a radiation planet, so I'm gonna make my way over here to get that uranium, because, like I've spoken about, the launch fuel is a pain in everyone's arse. So if you can get rid of that problem as early as possible, you're laughing. You are laughing. I'm just trying to find where the other moon is. Am I blind? Sometimes the systems will fight you. I've lost my way. I'm just going to zoom out a little bit. I think I'm maybe a little bit too close. So, there's the moon. That's the one we've scanned. The other moon is directly behind this planet. And there's a little frosty one. Yeah, and I know that because generally speaking, if you see blue, it's probably frost. Okay, so there's no heat planets on here, which is a bit of a shame. So I can't put that bit of technology to a test, but I can at least get some uranium. Now, when you are near a point of interest, can't believe this hasn't come up sooner, really. I've overlooked it. This is a save and chart beacon. If you use it, you will save where you are. But it will also give you navigation data. And navigation data, it's a good thing to collect, actually. It's something you can trade in with the cartographer at the space station for specific locations of points of interest. So rather than having to just kind of casually go out and explore, if you get a map from the space station, you trade that in with your navigation data, they'll tell you where points of interest are. So it's good to actually get those, hold on to those, collect them over time, because you can find like places that upgrade your exosuit, for example. You can find places that are covered in history and that might help teach you language, or that might have downed starships, for example. You know, if you're particularly interested in ship hunting and repairing, you might be interested in that. That's just like that's just cool to do if you're enjoying that. Now, this is an unfriendly guy. He's a predator, so I'm just going to shoot him. Begone! Begone, boy. Right, we picked up that thing, didn't we? Right. Obviously, once again, get these machines. Always want to get these because these are a healthy supply of nanites, and we really want those nanites often because we want to get the tech as soon as possible. Once you've got some core tech installed, the rest of the game then becomes like infinitely easier and quicker to maintain. As I said earlier, now I've put that scanner in, look, I've got 55,000 from scanning that one animal. I don't get much from rocks. I got no percentage increase from minerals. But I will get some for plants. So that's all your carbon stuff. So 18 grand. 18 grand for scanning something. Nothing. Easy. There's another plant. You tend to find that animals just get that little bit more. 34. How many are on here? 6. Ground, ground, ground. It's very likely that I might get all of them. Okay. So we're going to move towards a uranium deposit. Copper. There's animals over there, so we'll go get those. Did we scan this? And again, look at that. Look how much money's jumped up from just scanning something. So already money isn't really a problem. You know, you do fix that problem so early on in the game. It's not an issue. It's not an issue to be concerned with. Right. Let's have you then, boy. Oh. Come on. Scanning everything else but the animal. Come on. You bugger. Come here. Dude, scan. Or have I already... I might have actually already scanned it. He's quickly jumping in. I might get bitten. No, we didn't scan him. He refuses to be scanned. We'll get him from a distance then. Whoa, dude. Wow. There we go, we finally got him. Sometimes those little red dots are a little bit bugged. Sometimes you need to be like scanning the dot, sometimes you need to be scanning the center of mass of the animal. Particularly if there's like flocks of birds things. Like sometimes you want to aim for the red dot rather than a singular bird. You'll see that in schools of fish under the ocean. I only need one more though, so I'm just going to keep my eye out, and because then I've got the whole set, and then that's an easy amount of nanites. No uranium. No. No. There we go. There's the jackpot. Almost a millionaire. Not even left the first system. This is where I came from on it, yeah. Always be mindful if you are looking for animals. Just run ahead a little bit and then scan with your visor, and you may just find some new red dots appear. But again, be mindful about what it says in this discovery log. You know, read it. I know that I'll be able to find anything with ease because one, I've found, what, 5 out of 6 of them, but they're all above ground. Ground, flying. Ground and flying tend to be no problem. It's when they're specifically located in the north or specifically located in the south or underground. Get on a different planet. Don't waste your time. Unless you just happen to have got that animal, then by all means, you know, but it's not worth 20 minutes of your time. So my life support's out, so I'm going to recharge it with... Well, I can recharge it with this life support gel that I must have picked up somewhere, and I will use it. Here's another hazardous plant. We haven't come across this one yet. This is the one that I did test. Let's get rid of this guy. Oh, my minor beam's also fallen. This is a blight on the universe, without a doubt. I hate it with the passion. Its noise. It will, at some point, inevitably, at some point, these fuckers are going to piss you off, and that's just facts, you know. However, from a gameplay standpoint of view, they are very efficient at giving you oxygen because it has 3 of those gassy pods, and I can pick it up at a distance. So if you can get just close enough, you're going to get a shit ton of oxygen, really easy. And then if you shoot it itself, even more. So in terms of resource, they're not a bad thing, but in terms of eyesore and deafening, they are literally the worst. And if I could destroy every single one of them, I would. And I wouldn't even care. Okay. Terrain module. Once again, we're doing the resource and not the terrain itself, so we want to make this as small as possible, just so we're maximizing how much of this we can pull from the ground. I've got another predator sneaking up behind me. I can see that little red circle. This planet wants to kill me. Be gone. Now, some of you may not have such diversity in your planet systems. You may not have had a frost planet. You may have not had a radiation planet to have got the dioxide or the uranium. Don't fret. You are very likely to come across these planets. It's just sometimes a system won't have a particular planet type, or maybe it'll only have one planet type or 2. I'm literally pointing these out because I have seen them. I'm getting into touch with them the first time I see them. I'm not waiting. I'm jumping to get this resource because it is that efficient. And the sooner you can get hold of it, the sooner your life's going to be easier. Whereas if you just constantly beeline the objective in the early game, you're going to get some disjointed gameplay flow because you're going to need to constantly get out your ship and recharge these things. And some of you may love that. If you're watching this, you probably don't know. Yeah, I guess if you didn't have a problem, you wouldn't be here unless you just like watching No Man's Sky content. And I think so many people do kind of see what the game is and can be capable of, and when they just get face to face with this, all this recharging and mining, they can't get to the meat of the game. And all I wish to do is just remove that barrier. Because I bloody love this game, and I want as many people to love it as much as I do. Because selfishly I want this game to be updated for the next another 10 years. And I should imagine it will do if it continues to get the love that it clearly has. But in order to do that, I think we need to recognise that this game doesn't currently cater for everybody. Just because I see this game with rose-tinted glasses because I love it, doesn't mean it makes sense to other people, and it doesn't mean that all the gameplay systems that I can overlook or have got past, everyone else can. And I should imagine that, you know, that's how I see it repeating for so much of the community. So we've got to, you know, we've got to figure out how we get them on board. How do we get them on board? Well, we carve out a path for them. We show them how to make the game easier. And this is one of those tips. What I love about this game is that it has a very loyal community. And Jay, you've been with me most of the stream. I really, really appreciate that, brother. Thank you. But I think so many people love this game, love being a part of it, love helping new players, and want other people to love it. So I'm doing my part, if you like. So uranium, look at that, 1,000. I'm not even going to bother mining another vein. That will last me ages. That rich in launch fuel, I'm gonna bring my ship to me. Off we go. So we can... Oh, actually, before I leave, I'm only one animal away, aren't I, from the nanites? It would be foolish of me to leave before I get those. Just because they provide such a boost. Alright, what is it that I'm looking for? It is rare and it's ground. Personally, Jay says I could personally do with more logics, like a bypass switch and a quad relay. I haven't actually used much of the logic system in base building, and some of the base builds I've seen look crazy with the wiring, and super impressive actually what people have been able to get out of it. But yeah, it really does amaze me. I can just about wire up a light, but I'm really keen to like try something a bit more advanced, you know. What would you what would you intend to do with them, Jay? With the those advanced logic systems, like what would you like to use them for? A proper portable generator would be nice too, besides biogen. Yeah, I agree with that. Having power on the move. Right, I am just trying to look for red dots, so I see none, so I continue to move. I get some distance. Every few hundred U, bring it up again, have a look around. Are you seeing any red dots? Nope. Keep it moving. Keep it moving. Now, I'd say this is probably a bit more of a typical experience of cataloguing a planet, even with the more difficult animals removed, like the ones that only live in the north or the south or underground. Like, sometimes you do have to do a little bit of hunting. But hopefully what... Oh, Mother of the Lord. What we don't want to do is... There we go. Be doing this for 20-30 minutes. We want to do it in 5 minutes. You know, ideally, that's what we want to be doing. So we found what we're looking for. Let's give him a scan. Be gone. Oh, this planet really wants to kill me. Okay. So that's it. So now I'm going to bring my ship to me because I'm lazy. I'm just reading Jay's comment. I build compound batteries, so having a proper bypass quad would be ideal. Also, it would save having to multiply the power switches per wire. And AFK, my cup is empty again. Well, thank you for sticking with me regardless. Like I say, you've been here a while. I should imagine your cup is empty. I made a cup of tea when I started this stream. I drank a quarter of it and it is now cold. I hadn't realised how thorough this stream was going to be. But here we are. These blue crystals. I'm just going to talk about them as we're here. They give expensive materials. They are good if we have the tools to mine them. We just need an advanced mining laser. I don't currently have it. Can't do anything with it. That's why I'm ignoring them. If anyone's going, there's something there. Yeah, ignore it. Okay. Out of fuel, but guess what? 32 uranium. Fully charged. What a dream. So I've solved the thruster issue. I haven't yet solved the ship fuel issue, but that will come. So what I could do is fly directly down to my base, just for the sake of a tutorial. Let's say for whatever reason you were still on the space station, or are on a space station. Because we put that teleporter down, because we put that base computer down, if we're near a teleporter, we can use that teleporter to teleport to that base computer. So, if you were still here in this station and you hadn't left, you would not need to get up and fly out. You could just use the teleporter, which is always here in the center. It's not yet turned on because we've never used it, but it's about to be. And look, first base current system. We can warp. So if you're warping to something in system, that teleport tends to happen quite quickly. If you teleport into a base, just because it's a little bit more complex, it might take a few extra seconds, particularly if you're doing that on Switch. Just how... I mean, the Switch is just... It's amazing how the Switch is bloody running the thing, never mind, you know. So it's always going to be a little bit delayed. But yeah, if you're teleporting in system, it's totally possible. And much quicker than teleporting out of system, if you did not know. I say this because on one of my main saves I have a few bases on multiple planets in the same system, because I have particular farms set up in that system to mine resources and to extract certain gases, because yes, that is a thing you can do, and that is something that makes gameplay more efficient and removes the tedium. But the great thing about it, again, is I have teleporters at them, so I can just, rather than tediously getting in my ship and flying out to them, I can just jump. I can base hop. and again, just makes that flow of gameplay a little bit tidier. So archives terminated, select new task. We're going to begin the decryption. Decoding 16, 16, 16. Message follows. The traveller finds their wings, fly to us and claim your place among the stars. Among the stars. So, possible distress signal off planet. Off we go. While you're in ship planet atmosphere, if you point your nose directly upwards and pull strive out, you can do that. You don't have to boost out. But only if you're facing directly up towards space. And let's just take a minute to appreciate these colours, man. Wow. Look at it. Another favourite thing in my game, that for those who aren't aware, maybe you're new, it's got a camera system. Use it. I am sure once you start using it, you will often use it. That tends to be the case for many of us. In order to get into it, quick menu, scroll across to the side, photo mode, bang. And if you press shift on the keyboard, you remove that. What I will say, if you are on computer, don't click your mouse. The quality of my screenshots with a click versus an F12 push, terrible. I'm playing on a 2K screen. I'm playing it at 2K, and the resolution on a general snapshot is awful. This doesn't apply to console, but weirdly it happens on PC. Is there a way? I can't remember how to do this on controller. Hide menu is Y. Just in case you needed to know. Welcome back, Jay. I was speaking about your comment as you were gone about that you build compound batteries, so having proper bypass quad would be ideal. Also, it would save having to multiply the power switches per wire. That sounds like a lot of technical language that I do not understand. Yeah, my logic in this game is very, very basic. Like I say, I can just wire up a bit of a light to a power source, and maybe to a door. But I know there's a hell of a lot that can be done, which is awesome. Right, one thing that you see I haven't landed yet, because I want to talk about something. On the way down, or if you've just seen it as I've flown past, you will see that marker will say possible distress signal, approximate location reach. So as I mentioned when we landed on the other planet, when you land, often it will pull you away from a destination. You have to go find it. Now often what it is that it wants to move you towards isn't that far away. So what I tend to do is I move into this third-person camera, and I tend to fly in circles just slightly around the marker, and just see what catches my eye. Now the painfully obvious thing is this big ship. This is absolutely where we need to go, so this will be it. It's just going to save a little bit of a walk is all. If you see these lines, that is a landing spot. Really take use of these at points of interest, because if you don't, you're just wasting a free launch. If you land at landing spots when you take off, it costs you nothing. So if you see these circles, you want to use that spot, and once they turn green like that just has, it's now available to land there. If you can wire a plug, you can wire anything. I love that. I love that philosophy. It just takes a bit of figuring out. Everything's just a bigger plug, I guess, with that mentality, Jay. So I'm here. It's moved the icon to this spot, and yeah, what a beautiful vista we have found ourselves at. I mean, the sky is crazy here. Wow. The scale. If you don't know, again, just moving back to the camera mode for a second, if you're in first person and you move into camera mode, like, you will not be in the shot if you move back, if you wanted a shot without yourself in it, just as a little pro tip. But if you're in it, or if you're in first person and then gesture and then take a picture, you will be in it, and it'll move back to first person. But if you just want to be in it, be in first. Third. Okay. So we're at a crashed freighter. It's... oh, this is a very low gravity planet. We're gonna get a bit of backstory. So, log damaged, partial records available. The signal has led me to the wreck of the freighter. Colossal fragments of metal scattered across the landscape. Were these messages nothing but the misfiring circuits of a long-forgotten ruin? Nestled among the debris, I find the pilot's log blinking, awaiting input. So I'm going to request the log. Instead of displaying the ship's log, the terminal spits out a strange sequence of numbers. They are followed by a short message. The anomaly. I can never say that. Anomaly. There you go. Anomaly. Sometimes you just slow it down on you. Anomaly. Comes from the stars. Take flight. A schematic for a hyperdrive is attached to the end of the message. We're going to take that blueprint. So we are about to get out of here. And this is where the game is really going to open up for you to basically do as you please. I pull the blueprint from the computer, but the hyperdrive blueprint is for a conventional starship, not a freighter of this size. Someone placed this here after the crash, hoping it would be found. Ooh, but who? Whom? Whom? So now it's asking you to build that, which you can. So as you may have noticed, as you may have seen, I'm going to install the technology. I already have the chromatic metal on hand because, again, using that logic I was talking about earlier, make a little bit more than you need and have more in reserve. Again, it's just removed that tedium of having to go back to copper and getting more. I've got it. The only thing I don't have are those microprocessors. I can't make them. I have to buy them. I've got 2 already because I've picked them up. I only need to buy 3. And then I'm out of here. Right? While you're here, this is a point of interest. There are things you can get in these cargo pods. When you're early game, it may be worth your time. As you continue to progress, at some point, it's not really going to be worth it. But while I'm here, as I'm early game, I'm going to do it. But it's going to be a little bit dangerous. So, and I'm going to need my terrain manipulator. So I'm going to refill that now. Jay says, if you can wire a plug, you can wire anything. You just need to practice. I'd say like riding a bike, but most kids don't want to get back on it, so it's more like tripping up. They always get back on their feet. Sorry, I'm stumbling over my words there, Jay. Unfortunately, I've got this little heart icon like covering some of that message. So I'm just trying to look around it. But yeah, I think you're right. Yeah, fear of failure. A lot of people tend to avoid, and actually that's where you learn, isn't it? Is failing your way to success is a bit of a term that I've heard before. Can be on the nose, a bit cringy, but I personally really like that statement because there's so much learning in success. I also heard someone say once upon a time, you know, if you're not failing at something or making mistakes, you're not trying hard enough. You're not trying anything new. You're just doing the same stuff that you know. So it's good. It's good to be out of your comfort zone and learning new things. And you also, the more you do it, the more of a tolerance you build to it, the less scary Felly becomes. It just becomes normal. Basically, when you open these, you're going to get that message, radiation leak, get the hell out of there. You can see that my hazard protection is falling fast. Which one's that one? So we need to cut into the floor. We're just looking for this door here to cut into with our mining beam, and then once again clear the path to this. And I'm not keeping these resources. Once again, I'm destroying them. It's not that they don't have uses, they're just not that useful right now. And I'm getting very small handfuls of nanites, which is a little bit disappointing. This gravity's crazy. Starship fuel is now useless because of what we've been doing. So I'm going to sell that. Okay, is that just one left? Because the icons tend to disappear when you've got the what it is that you're looking for, so you shouldn't, in theory, see any of those icons for ones you've already dug out, providing you've got the treasure. What am I doing? There we go. Yeah, I like it, Jay. How was my philosophical analogy to learning? I like it. If you persevere with something, you can learn something. It's a good rule of thumb for sure. We were all novices once upon a time, right? Right, this Mordite, that can go. Actually, because I'm going to the space station, I'm going to hold on to it rather than delete it, because I'm going to sell it. It's not going to give me much money, but it's just a little bit of extra cash. Have you, Jay, have you worked with electrics all your life then? Is that what you do for profession?
Technology recharge.
As I don't have that pyrite yet, I've had to use the tritium. But it is what it is. We want to get off that as soon as possible then. I've only had to refuel once so far. If you ever get lost trying to figure out how the hell you get in these space stations, it will be facing the planet. The entrance will always be facing the planet. As you see, look, that face is looking out towards the planet. That was something Elite Dangerous told me. Which is another space game. Had a pal back in school in the day. We used to jump across the drain just for fun. He would always fall in, never learn. Then jump out shouting success after getting covered in sloppy mud and weeds. Well, the stakes were certainly high then, in messing around. That is excitement to it though, doesn't it? You know, if you fuck up, you're gonna know about it. Right, so I'm moving over to sell. And I'm going to sell... Well, currently I don't actually have any ammo. I don't have a gun, so I'm going to get rid of that right now. I've got one magnetized ferrite. That's using an inventory slot. It's not really that helpful of that one. So with one in there, I'm probably going to sell it. Starship, like I say, Starship fuel is useless now. Sell that. Sell this feline liver and this Mordite. Convergence cube I will hold on to. The salvage frigate model I will hold on to. These are all useful things later in the game. Salvage data. Again, I will just sell this for a little bit more of a cash injection. But moving forwards, I'm probably going to hold on to them now because I've got almost nearly 1 million. And the navigation data we're obviously holding on to as well. So now we're just going to buy the rest of what we need. As we've been busy, obviously you, if you remember, I bought all of this ferrite dust. As time's gone on, this is slowly refilled. I'm going to buy it all again. Cobalt, I'll buy another batch. And then I need 3 of these. So these are 27,000 each. Here in the system you can see it's a plus 0.00%. You buy it at price. And then we can install the microprocessor. So we've got a hyperdrive, but it's empty. What do we do? What do we do, game? Oh, we're gonna leave. Sometimes, if you've got no objective, sometimes you just need to get back into space and maybe fly a bit. Sometimes it requires pulsing around. Pulsing around being this. This is pulsing around, using a pulse drive. And then we may get a little bleep to say there's something new going on. Maybe someone's trying to contact us. Here we go. Audio diagnostics report. Hyperdrive successfully installed. Hyperdrive fuel status empty. My hyperdrive is complete. Perhaps I really will find answers out there amidst the stars. But without warp cells, I won't be going anywhere. I need to find a source of antimatter. So I'm going to tune the scanner to the antimatter. C. That'll be your left thumbstick for controller users. And boom. Antimatter trace is on this moon. Jay says they aren't an electrician by trade, but they do like playing with PCBs and all of that in my spare time. Fix broken tech. I think that is such a lost art though. Fixing things. Broken things, reverse engineering things, see how things are put together and how they're made. Like, it's a skill that I don't have. It's a skill that I've definitely tried to facilitate more for me as I've gotten older. Because, you know, learning how things work and how you put them back together saves a lot of money. And people make a lot of money off that ignorance, I guess, of people not knowing. Once again, it's going to want to drop me away from the objective. But as you could see, as we were flying in, there was a building over here, and this will likely be where it is that we want to land. I was just circling it. There's none of those circles. There's no landing pad, so it doesn't really matter where we land. So just chuck her down. Wow, that backdrop! Wow! Wow! Look at that! This is why we play this game. This is why we play this game. This is what this game's about. Let's get a look at her. Genuine spaceman vibes. I'm gonna have to take a little snappy. It's gonna have to be done. Boom. This game. Oh. Okay. So, we've landed at the abandoned outpost. I am once again out of life support because I've been jetpacking around. But I've still got loads of dioxide.
Technology recharge.
I'll get my navigation data. So I dare you to shoot those. Alien vibes, right? So, I would advise that you don't shoot those. If you've ever seen Alien, this is heavy Alien vibes. I mean, you are welcome to. I'm pretty sure when this update first came out, I can't remember where that was. That was old. The first thing I did was shoot one of those. So, if you're feeling a little bit brave, shoot one of those. But if you're not, come on inside. Machinery, make sure we get that. It's giving me what we need. Okay, it wants me to speak with this user face. So once again, we'll get rid of this stuff. Terminal online, selecting key, decrypting. Success. The terminal is clogged with an unnerving pulsating slime. Nevertheless, it appears to function. As I touch the input panel, the alien substance reacts violently. I make a note to avoid getting closer. The device opens, revealing a single, unblinking crimson eye. It points out a blueprint for antimatter, accompanied by a strange message. Take the blueprint and read the log. You will find us when the time is right. 16, 16, 16, 16. So we've got the formula. Awesome. We are moments away from getting out of this first system. Now, usually, a starting system, an intro to the game, clearly wouldn't take this long normally. You know, if you're really trying to just beeline the objectives, you could have been out of here way quicker. What I'm trying to do, teach you in this though, is not necessarily the quickest way to leave the system, but the quickest way to set you up for the galaxy moving ahead. So, although we are yet to leave this first star system and get very far in the story, these things that I've spoken about are key to making the rest of this journey ahead of you much easier. You're going to have a much easier time with it moving forward because of the things we've spoken about. Understanding that using refined materials is more efficient. Knowing the alternatives are usable, where they're at, how to find them. It's stuff like that that really helps keep that gameplay in motion. Like, how much have I needed to go back and refine? Very little. I've kind of had everything in hand. And a lot of resources I've stopped using. I've already made them slightly redundant. You know, the oxygen, I don't use that anymore for the life support. I've been using this, which has just freed this up for when I need it. Carbon, I've not really had to use all that much of it because I've been using those, picking those red boxes that's been getting me condensed carbon from there, and I've been using that to recharge my tools. The sodium nitrate, you know, in emergencies, when I'm stuck in the middle of nowhere, I'm using it, but if I can, I'm using shelter. It's little things like that. The uranium, big one. Don't need to worry about launch thruster fuel. That's a big one. Once we've got pyrite, our ship then has a much more efficient fuel source as well. I've got a lot of copper sat there to make a lot more chromatic metal if I need to. You know, I'm set. And once we get out of this system and move forwards, I mean, we've got to the space station, so we're in the process where we're buying ferrite. So, you know, again, we don't have to really worry about that now. It's very easy. What I'd really recommend is if you find a planet where you really notice that carbon's easy to obtain, because there's some planets that will just chuck it at you. Some planets will just give you a ton. If you're lucky enough to find yourself on one of those planets, get as much as you can, because you're always using carbon. And if you can just find a very efficient source of that, that's great. A bit further down the line, when we get more into base building, you're going to get a like farm tools. You're going to get some industry tools. So we're also going to remove actually needing the use to hand mine, really. So like for carbon, we can build some planters in our bases, and we'll be able to harvest straight off the planters. You may find that there's still some sources of carbon. There may be certain planets that give you that much that it makes more sense to go there. You might want to build a base there. But if you're just generally moving around, you can put like these carbon planters in, and you can regularly harvest them, and that solves your carbon problem. So again, really alleviates the need to be going down and messing about with the trees. Your other materials, your sodium, your copper, your dioxide, your uranium, your pyrite, you know, the ones that we've used the terrain multi-tool to dig out, we can build machinery that will dig that up while you go play the game. So again, we kind of really remove the need for us to do that. We can automate that to be done elsewhere while you play. These are things that we can set up as we further get on, which is why, you know, some base building is absolutely helpful if you're looking to kind of streamline your gameplay. But in that early stage, we just want to get out of it. We want to have the tools and the knowledge to move forward, and then we want to move the level beyond that, which would be the automation. So obviously, first step is try to efficiently use what you've got, refine what you've got, use alternatives that are way more efficient, and then eventually we want to move away from mining it ourselves and move over to automation. And once you're there, you're laughing. The game is at your mercy at that point. You will very rarely need to then go and chase things yourself. And therefore, you know, it kind of this is why the end game plays, if you like, although there's no official end game, like it's an endless game, but effectively there are certain parts of the game that are locked off through progression, which is a classed end game. Even in the most recent Sean Murray video talking about the World's Part 2, he classed like the purple star systems in the newest update as end game content. So in terms of progression, it is there, but the issue that the end game players have is once they've kind of established all this efficiency, all of this automation, there is very little for them to do because they've automated it all. So we've got all that unlimited time to go and explore and see all these beautiful vistas, and that's, if you're about that, you know, the sooner you can get there, the sooner you're going to just be able to do that bit. But for some of us who like or need that gameplay challenge, you know, we all almost kind of automate ourselves out of a job. So you kind of have to find your balance there with that, I would say. But yeah, if you don't and hate the grind and hate mining and hate getting this and hate getting that, you know, like I said in the space station, ask yourself regularly, what part of the game's pissing you off? What part of the game's slowing you down? What do you want to be more efficient? If you start asking yourself that question, then make that your objective. How do you make that thing more efficient? Because there's probably a way. And if it's like, I'm sick of getting carbon, then set up something that will help you get carbon with ease. And you start to remove yourself these problems. And as time goes on, like you say, you will get more and more of these farms to the point where everything is in hand. I'm currently on my my later game save. I'm in the purple star systems, obviously. I believe I have a farm for pretty much every resource, other than a couple of resources that are in the purple systems, because at the moment they don't have a use, so I don't have a need to set up that farm. If I really wanted something to do, I guess I could go do that, but it's not necessary right now. It doesn't make my life easier, and I think, again, if you're trying to make your gameplay feel good, focus on what makes your life easier now, and make those things your priority. And then the rest of the game will just get easier and easier and easier. Okay, I am near some technology, so I'm going to dig it up. Again, these are the salvaged, those salvaged modules. Now I'm on a low gravity planet, which means when I do that jetpack trick, I can really launch myself forward. Look how far. But I'm noticing there isn't any salvage data on this dead planet. Like this low oxygen planet. I found one because there was one buried underneath that point of interest. And they tend to, sometimes they tend to spawn along with that point of interest. But they don't seem to be naturally spawning here because I can't see the icon. Which is a shame because this is a super efficient way of bounding around. Anyway. So, antimatter. Chromatic mail, condensed carbon. Again, if you've kind of been following my process, you probably already have it. Straight in there, no problem. The other thing that you need is antimatter housing, which is this, and it's ferrite dust and oxygen, which again, plenty of ferrite dust now because I've been buying it. Oxygen I've not been using, and I have, so I can build it straight away. And then what we're going to do, those two things create this warp cell. So I've needed an antimatter housing and an antimatter. Both of those things are in my inventory. I can click an empty inventory spot and I can now create that warp cell. So those two things disappeared, and now I can put that warp cell into my starship. I'm just going to move that into my inventory here because you can also just click the hyperdrive itself, and just like you would recharge everything else, you can select what options you have. I've got that.
Technology recharge.
I'm just going to make sure everything else that I wanted in my starship is in the starship inventories. I'm going to put that navigation. Now I'll keep that on me because I'm often picking that up actually. I tend to, things that I tend to have on hand and pick up regularly, I tend to try and keep in hand, just so that it has a designated spot in my inventory. Hyperdrive refueled. So we're now ready to finally leave the first system. After this very, very lengthy demo of the intro to the game. But again, like I said, this isn't necessarily the most quickest way to get through this start part. This is the most efficient way to play and think about how you play in the game. And this is why this part has taken a little bit of time to get there. But now, effectively, we can now open the galaxy map. And this is the galaxy. This little star where you're at, There's one star system, and all of those stars around you can go to. You might not immediately be able to jump there because this is 515, as you can see, light years away from me, and my hyperdrive doesn't have that amount of distance, but I could make that jump within a few jumps if I had enough fuel. So I might need to jump to a number of star systems before I get there. If my hyperdrive was more efficient, which I would really highly recommend, that's a priority early on, is getting a better hyperdrive. Our hyperdrive range increases, so it may be the case that at some point I may be able to actually jump 515 light years in one jump, and then that also makes the fuel that we have available more efficient, because once again, like the launch fuel, I think if you 100% your hyperdrive, like, you maybe get 4 jumps out of it, and that is not efficient at all in the slightest, which is why again we want to have a more efficient hyperdrive ASAP, so that we get more jumps, so that we're spending less time in recharging that technology. That's what we always want to be thinking of. Anyway, we are now free, as it were, to go wherever we want. If we wanted to put the story down now and just explore, we can. You can go do that. The only stars that you can currently explore with your technology are these yellow stars. So the other stars that are there that you can currently see are the red, green and blue, and it does go in that order. So the next star system that you can unlock through technology requirement will be red, then it's green, and it's blue. And then the update, as we're all aware of Worlds Part 2, introduces purple star systems, but that is gated through story progression. So if that is something that you're trying to beeline, then you probably aren't that bothered about just jumping straight into exploration. You're probably trying to get through the end of the game as soon as possible, but obviously the things that I've spoken about are going to help you get there quicker by just knowing the systems that you're working with and being more efficient with them and spending less time grinding, less time mining, so that you can get to the gameplay that you want to get to. I can't remember whether... Yeah, this is just saying warp, so we can just pick any star. So we'll go to our neighbouring star here, which is 5 light years away. It's a Gex system. We know it's a Gex system because we can see that beak. We know the system that I was in was Gek. That system there with that kind of robotic head, that is a system for the Korvax. And then the third race is the Viking, which is this symbol here, this symbol with the eye. There's also 2 dots after the race symbol, which are currently unknown to me, but they signal the class economy and the conflict level. Now, it's available to me in this system because I'm in it. I know what it is. So it's a 3-star economy and it's level 2 in conflict where I'm currently at. Where I'm jumping to, I don't know. I will know once I get there, but you can also at some point get some technology for your ship that will tell you preemptively before you jump what type of economy system it is, what level it's at. So it's just something to think about. But at the moment, it doesn't really matter, so we're just going to jump to this next system. And we've made it. So like I said, if your prime goal now is just to explore, you have the tools you need. You have the ability to create starship fuel. You have your hyperdrive. You can go do that. Starship monitoring system reports error, guidance systems malfunction. Searching for other routes. Searching. Obtained. Destination in 16. Accept new guidance. We will. Guidance accepted. Plotting route. What I would say though, if you are keen to just bugger off for exploration, is just to hang on to the main story just for a couple extra steps, because we're very close to unlocking a couple more little bits of gameplay, and that's really going to help us just play the rest of the game, basically. So I would follow this objective, get to where you need to be. I have seen your code in the chat there, Jay. I appreciate that. Whereabouts in the world are you watching from? I'm sure it's probably painfully obvious, but I'm streaming from the UK. I've just seen the time. It's very late. So when I'm done wrapping up this stream, it will definitely be bedtime for me this evening. If anyone is unaware, I'm unsure what time I started the stream. It's been running for a while now. Because I've been extremely thorough in my delivery. But it's now 10 to 3. Once again, it wanted to take you to like an approximate location, but I can see there's a point of interest here. Sometimes you may guess wrong, and you might go to a wrong point of interest, and whatever, that's on me. But most likely, most of the time, you're probably going to land at the right one, and you're going to be there. Log. I'm just marked. Did I don't know if I did the discoveries in this system. I'm mindful, yeah. Did I upload that? I uploaded that. Did I upload this? No. So for anyone that may have been screaming at me for not uploading, basically, I'm off that planet now, and I saw all 6 of those animals, didn't I? So I've gone into my discovery systems. This is the current system I'm in, because it's at the top, but the one immediately below it is the last system I was at. I've found the planet that I was on. I can now go into that fauna, and that option for me to upload it is still there. So I can upload that now and get an extra 1,500 nanites. I was just sat there thinking, I don't really have that many nanites, why not? Not true. Get these things. Lots of milestones jumping out at me. This structure is unlike anything I've encountered on my journey so far. Everything about it is so obviously alien, so obviously out of place. As I stare at it, words form themselves in my mind, a strange fragment of broken speech. Is it traveller? Is it friend? It is friend. It feels strange responding to questions. I am unsure that I am being asked. But something has clearly taken notice of my reply. I am overwhelmed by a sense that something has awoken, that someone is watching me. It forms another question. Is it first? Is it last? It is last. I do not know how I am being spoken to. This monolith is ancient, and I cannot escape the feeling it has asked these questions many times over. It asks again. Have they seen the Crimson Eye? Has the Crimson Eye seen it? It has seen the eye. Likelihood of a non-anomaly. Doing it again. No. Anomaly. Anomaly. There you go. Anomaly. Why can't I do that off the cuff? Anomaly. There you go. Exceeds safety parameters. Breach detected. Alert. Alert. The boundaries fall. The walls collapse. Your universe awaits. Find us, traveller. Warp cell. Boom. Got one free. Find the mysterious messenger. Make your way into space. Have a quick gander around you. What's the... There's 5 animals. Common, ground, 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 ground. Now, if I'm quick enough, I could probably do it. It's only 5 animals. There's 2. There's 1 over here. Like, when it's a small amount of number and you see those easy objectives, consider it. Consider it. Because it can give you such a healthy dump of nanites, which is effectively like XP, if you like. There's no official XP system in this game, but in order to advance your characters, you're often spending nanites. So it's effectively the equivalent to XP, if you like. The more nanites you have, the better you can make your character. Common flying, so this shouldn't be a problem, really. Probably moments away. Just going to double check my starship fuel. It is empty. That would have been a pain, and there it is. Look, I didn't even need to go anywhere. And the wildlife's trying to kill each other in front of me. So that only took a couple of minutes to get that. If you get a lineup like that, do it. That's another 1,200. 3,000 nanites. It's not a bad amount to be sat on. We're out of fuel. No, we're not.
Technology recharging.
Okay. So I'm going to pulse towards the space station because I want to spend some of that money on those. Some of that. Start again. I'd like to spend some of those nanites I've just earned in the space station to upgrade my character. What did that objective say? In the log? I wasn't paying attention. Locate your benefactor. The monolith has revealed strange messages. The boundaries have fallen. In space, use the galaxy map to search for clues. So wherever the story's taken me, it's out of this system and into the next one. But I'm not going to rush off and do that just yet. Oh. Almost missed it. Right. Well, let's see what they're selling. So ferrite dust. We'll have that. Thank you. Some technologies, just as a shout out, require wiring loom. You cannot make this, you can only buy it. And it's often quite expensive, but not when you start to do the things that we've been talking about. You're going to have the cash for it. But yeah, you cannot make them. You can buy tritium here. I'm just going to buy that just in case I need it. Saves me mining it later. There's some chromatic metal to buy. Again, I want to save myself any issues later on down the line, so I'm just going to buy that. I've got the cash. It's just going to take away that tedium. And these top 4 are the trade goods that I was talking about. So this particular system sells these particular things at a slight discount because they make them here. And there will be a particular type of economy system that is looking to buy them. I'm not that interested in doing trading right now, though. And I could probably argue that even though it's a function, even though you can play that way, if you're again trying to find the most efficient, fastest way of making money, I can probably guarantee you that's not it. But early game, if you have the tools and the systems, you know, it may be able to provide you with quite a considerable cash injection. So I wouldn't want to rule it out completely. Alright, what am I doing here? I'm going to fail my jetpack miserably and walk up the stairs. Just while I'm here, I haven't spoken about this guy. This is a guild envoy. They give you free things if you have a relationship with them, basically. And they can give you some pretty good things if you have a relationship with them. So, for example, this Warp Hypercore, he would be willing to give me one of those for free if I was like level 2 or whatever with him. That would fully recharge my hyperdrive. So rather than those hyperdrive fuels that we've been making that has currently been recharging my hyperdrive at 25% a piece, that would do it in one. Super effective item. We will be able to make these at some point in the future. This guy would happily hand them out to you if you had a relationship with them. Ion batteries. We haven't got around to you really talking about that yet, but that technology that I installed, the heat technology, it will eat these, basically. So getting free amounts of them, helpful. But later on down the line, see, like he will sell you different things at a cheaper cost. He's just willing to give you a map down here. He's willing to give you an S-class movement module for free. Even if you didn't use it, you could sell it for nanites. You could sell that for nanites. So it's definitely worth doing. And you can easily get your level up by donating the things it's asking for. So as this is an exploration guild, they want exploration-y things, such as glowing minerals, storm crystals. You see. But I don't have any of that on me, so that is useless. Also, I haven't really done this either. If you want to become efficient in learning language, it can be helpful to speak with aliens on the starship, the ones that are specifically walking around, not the ones behind the kiosks. And you can request dialect help. And then they will point towards some symbols. You can select a symbol, and then they will teach you one word. Now you can speak to them again. And we can practice language skills. I recall some of the get words I've learned in hopes of impressing the merchant. So if I can impress him, then sometimes he'll give me some standing, sometimes he'll give me a gift, or sometimes he'll teach me another word. So you just have to kind of say a word that hopefully they may all like. So I'm just going to say ship. Flashes a smile. Please buy my interest in this subject. So they're happy with that. He slipped me an upgrade. Brilliant. I don't want to use it, but I'm going to sell it. Speak to him again. You can do this twice with people, I believe. Practice language skills. Toilgek. They look cross. They don't like that. That I've lost a bit of standing with them, so my reputation's gone down by 1. Last thing that I can do is give them a gift. Oh, I can do it a third time. Interesting. I didn't know that. Synthetic Gek. I've got limited options. Got limited language. He's offended by this word. Oh dear. So twice I've upset him. Obviously, the more words you have, the more words you've got in your pool that to play with. I have very limited, so it's just unfortunate. Oh dear. Hostile gank wreck. Rank. I've pissed them off that much they've become hostile. I love how that achievement sound kicked in, like that was a thing to be proud of. But I can offer him a gift, because I've got that Gek relic in the ship. He accepts my gift with gratitude, and he's a little bit happier with me now because I've done that. I don't think I can do anything else with him. I've exhausted all of that. So, something to consider. Obviously, when you're practicing language, you do run the risk of offending whoever it is that you're speaking with. So if you just want to do the most safest and effective way of learning a language, just request dialect help. You can literally click through this and click anything and get your word. And you can only do that once a time. So if you've spoken to someone, you're going to get that little visited pop up under their name. That will help you keep track of who you haven't spoken to, and you can just keep moving around, meeting aliens, requesting dialect help, learning new words. So it's very good because there's a number of aliens usually on each space station, all in the small proximity, that can just help you learn a few words at a time. So in the early game you may wish to do this every time you're on the space station. You may prefer to use the knowledge stones. You may quite happily just pick them one at a time when you're jumping around. You may use both. Both are obviously more effective. A lot of the monoliths and the ancient relic sites, they often have a choice that you can use as a reward. Some point you towards like treasure, others you can ask for like language help. Okay. That demonstrates that. So I've got 3,000 nanites to spend. I've got one exosuit upgrade to buy. So again, I'm going to go into inventory. That's where it makes most sense right now. I'm going to speak to the exosuit guy. I'm going to see what he's got. So he's got an S-class radiation, so I want that. He's got S-class toxic, I want that. And S-class cold, brilliant. So I've got all 4 elements now I'll be protected against, which means now I can focus on other things that I want to upgrade. So I'm going to get my movement module, and that's all I can afford right now. But I can also sell this blue mining one that I don't want. Does that give me enough for anything else? It does. Yeah, I'll keep my nanites for now. Okay, let's install. Bash. 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 Right. I'm going to move this life support technology out the way because I've got a movement module upgrade in my inventory now, and it makes it more effective if it's sat next to related tech. So if I move this next to it, you can now see it's got an orange square around it, which means it's boosted because it's next to relevant tech. So that'll just make this upgrade slightly better. It'll make the whole thing slightly better. But as you can see, my jetpack tanks have increased in efficiency by 202%. Sprint recovery is 32% better. Sprint distance is 40% better. Initial boost power, which is the initial lift of the jetpack, is up by 12%. You will notice the difference of that. With these, you can buy multiple of them. I think it's worth saying with S-Class upgrades or upgrades in general, you can only buy 3 of the same thing. So I could only buy, now I've bought 1 S-Class movement module, I can only buy 2 more because I'm only allowed a total of 3. I could also buy a further 2 cold S-Class modules, toxic, radiation, heat. I don't see the point. They don't actually offer more resistance, they just offer more shield, and that just means more shield to recharge. For me, I just like having 1 shield to recharge. It clutters up the charge bar less, it takes up less inventory space, and I feel that this is more effective. It's up to you if you do that, but like this is how I like myself. Okay, so we're good to get out of here. I'm going to put that hyperdrive fuel in there. Now, just before I leave, if this planet in front of me has pyrite, you know what I'm doing. No, it doesn't. It's dead. How many planets are in this system? 4, maybe 1. I've learned 8 words. Thank you. Thank you for the celebration. That's fungal. We don't want that. That looks a bit deserty. That That could be a winner. No, it's uranium. There we go. Pyrite. It's on a cactus flesh planet, desert planets. So, because like I said, that is the fuel to mine for your starship rather than the tritium, I'm just going to get a stack of that now. So it's just done and out of the way. And this will also very likely give me an opportunity to demonstrate the upgrade in the hazard protection shielding. It's very likely that it's probably going to come under test on a planet like this. So Jay, you are also a fellow UKer deep in the late night hours, I see. That makes me feel better. I'm not on my own. I'm certainly no stranger to the late hours in the evening. However, on a weeknight, on a school night, whew, not so much anymore. For those who aren't familiar with the term school night, that doesn't mean that I have school tomorrow. It just means that it is on a school day. What did I say I was doing here? Pyrite. Richie right there. Brilliant. These blue plants, we've not actually come across any of these. If you happen to pick one up, unlimited jetpack, baby. But be mindful it does surge fade, and it will tell you, so just be careful with that. Right, again, we're mining something out of the terrain, so we're going to use the smallest nozzle to get most out of it. And this is a really tiny bit, so I'm probably going to have to find a bigger bit, because that ain't going to do naughty. That ain't doing naughty. Yeah, that's already done. Rubbish. Copper. Alright, let's go. So you can see where my hazard protection is. There's now a new icon above that bar, which is the technology inputted, which is the that frost protection. So if your eyes are keen enough, it depends how small your screen is, you may not see it, but there is a bar that's slowly like draining. It started from the top, it's now about halfway across that picture. It's slowly going down as it's draining through. But obviously that gets hit first before the hazard protection. So it's eating something else before my hazard protection. But it's also shielding my hazard protection. Meaning, a couple of things. If I play my cards right, I never have to fill that hazard protection bar again. Because I can fill the bar above it. Especially now I've got all 4 hazards in my suit. But in order to recharge that, I'm going to need some of these ion batteries. So I've never mined cobalt, because I never needed to. I ended up buying some in the end, but if you don't know where they are, like I said right at the start, you'll find this in cave systems. There's one right next to me by the looks of it, and ferrite dust. Really, really cheap to make, right? Far more effective than finding and bothering with sodium. Build a few of these. I'm just going to build 10. And I'm going to then use them to recharge that protection. But I'm not going to recharge it as soon as it's dead. I'll show you what I'm going to do with that. So I'm just going to continue going about my business first. And just mining out this pyrite. So if you can't remember why we're mining this, this is for spaceship fuel. Which means we'll have our launch thrusters sorted, we've got our life support sorted, we've now got a hazard protection sorted, and we've now got our starship sorted. I think a big part of the early stress is not having those things under control and constantly feeling like you're recharging them, because you'll have everything constantly shouting at you to recharge it. And if you're using the same pool of resources to recharge a lot of things, and then you're also needing to craft with the same materials, it's gonna feel like it sucks, because you're burning your materials as fast as you're mining them, as quick as you're getting them, and that's no fun. Whereas if you can spread the load, find more smarter ways, more efficient resources that burn slower, you can spread out that cost, leaving other materials for other uses, meaning you can go longer without doing big mining holes, meaning that your flow of gameplay will unlock more, and it will be a much smoother experience. Hello again, Jay. I had to reboot my PC, was losing frames. Do you play on PC? I find that that's a real big issue for me when I play No Man's Sky on PC. If I alt tab out, it messes the game up. Like, the frames just drop bad. I'm not going to bother with the fauna here. I'm happy with the upgrades and stuff that I've got, so I'm not going to bother getting all of those. Pyrite, what we got? Yeah, we've got a healthy amount, 600. Cool. I'm going to get my ship. I'm going to get out of here. Okay, so if you want to stay in the system and do whatever, you can. I would really advise to move on to the next part of the story. Incoming transmission. Source unknown. You are not alone. Please identify yourself. I'm going to identify myself. You left me. Why did you? Understand. Of course you'd say that. Of course you'd, just like the others. Ask who you are speaking to. There is no reply. They communicate full silence though the channel remains open. Yeah, it is annoying, Jay. For sure. My whole setup's with one screen, so as I'm streaming now, like I didn't tab out. I just have to use what I've got. Use the tools that I've got. Alright, yes, we're going to go to the strangest coordinates. I tell you what has been an absolute dream though, Jay, as I'm sure you could resonate with. The most recent update in Worlds 2 that's got rid of the stutter in leaving the planet atmosphere on PC. Wow. It plays like every other console now. Because I was absolutely amazed. I ended up buying No Man's Sky for my niece. And again, this is maybe like some of who I'm making this guide for, you know, not necessarily for them, but people in a similar position that just kind of got intimidated by the game. Where the bloody hell am I going with this story? Oh yeah, the stutter. So like I was in amazement when they left the planet and there was no stutter. Like they were just able to seamlessly do that. I'd forgotten that was actually a thing. Like obviously it happens in so many of the trailers. I was like, that's not in game. I just got so used to the PC messing me about. And now that it's gone, it's amazing. So, we can have a little gander to see if we can see where it wants us to land. You know, have a little look around. If there's any points of interest, it might be there. I'm going to guess it's this. I'm not sure it is though. I could be wrong. No, I'm wrong. It's 800 you a different way. Okay. So rather than guessing, I'm just going to commit to the run. Oh no, a stream broke up. Is how am I sounding now, Jay? Is everything okay? Am I stable? This is an interesting track. I can't say I've heard this one before. So as I'm doing that jet factory, I keep opening up my visor just to make sure I'm not going in the wrong direction, because this can pivot quite quickly if you're not careful. I'm just a little bit... No, we're good. I was a little bit anxious then that I'd left no launch thruster fuel in my starship. That would have been highly embarrassing. But I haven't, it's all good. Right, I'm getting close. Again, make sure you get these red boxes for that condensed stuff. Here we are. Ah yes, of course, the crash ship. Okay. Once again, we want to get the technology. Always, always, always on a hunt for nanites. Great, movement module, fantastic. I'm going to sell it, because it's not S-Class, I'm just going to sell it. Some of these. This needs a repair, so it just needs chromatic metal and sodium. Zzzt. Zzzt. There are no signs of life. There is only the static of a broken communicator. Extract the records. Whatever message was once here has been scrambled beyond recovery. All I extract is the pilot's name, Artemis. Whoever they were, they are long gone. The only other uncorrupted data is a set of plans, an upgrade for my mining beam. So that's the advanced mining beam that we've moved past a few materials that's required it. So this is where we unlock it, like fairly early. And again, as you can see, it mentions the wiring loom. The carbon nanotubes and hermetic seal we know we can make, but the wiring loom we must build. So I would advise you get this in your later as soon as possible. There's a salvage technology here. As you know, we want to get those. And I'm not looking to sell them anymore, I'm looking to hold on to them. My life support's low, so I can just whack some of that dioxide in there.
Technology recharge.
Advanced mining beam.
Technology installed.
So it's 1 seal, 1 nanotube. 1 nanotube. 1 seal. And again, that stockpile really showing through now that it's all on hand. The only thing that I can't is all that wiring loom, which I'll buy at the space station very shortly. The log. So, as you can see, my main primary objective mission has decided that it's going to move off and move over to this secondary one. And these are secondary, so these are not main missions. These are optional missions you can do at a later time. This isn't even really a story mission. As you can see, I can pin this formula. I can get rid of it if I want to. If I just know that I've got the technology, I can come back to it later on. But if I want to have the objective on screen, that might help me craft it, you can leave it on. I'm just going to get rid of this because I've already put the technology in my tool. I know what it is that I need to craft the rest of it. Excuse me. Search for clues about Artemis. Answers may be found in the stars. So we're going to look for clues in the stars. Now, I don't want to move past the glaring elephant in the room. This is a crashed starship. There is no NPC around it, which means it is claimable. And you can own it if you want to. It's a hauler. The ship that you may come across is probably likely to be different. They're often randomly generated according to wherever you are in the galaxy. But if you do want it, everything's fucked. Everything's broken. Which you can, if you have enough patience and interest, very individually repair all of this with materials. But as you can see, some of these materials we haven't actually yet come across, like pugnium, paraffinium, magnetized ferrite we're aware of, but chlorine, these are a bit of a pain in the arse to find, if I'm being honest, and I wouldn't recommend that you bother repairing this or these, but I would recommend you repair this and this, just like you did when we first started. Same materials. This is basically the only two technologies we need for this ship to fly. And if it can fly, we can take it to the space station. And if we can take it to the space station, we can sell it. So I'm going to compare. I'm going to claim the ship. And then I'm going to look at fixing it. So I need 1 seal, 1 plating, 1 dihydrogen jelly. Now all my plating's on my starship, so I'm gonna have to make one myself. 1 seal, 1 dihydrogen jelly. Fix that, and that. And that's flyable. It's dangerous. Its shield is currently down. If I get in any pirate trouble, you know, I'm gonna be in some danger, but I'm willing to risk that because I want to sell it.
Shield down.
It's got quite a lot of health though, if you see in the top left, so I should, at the very least, probably be okay if I get in trouble. I'm not going to look to stay and fight, I'm going to look to run. We've got a mission. Artemis entity, we received your signal. Is it first? Is it last? Time for truth. You have their signal, but you are not Artemis entity. Tell truth. Your signal is familiar to Nada. We have been in contact before, I think. This will be a good time to come aboard, yes? A proper introduction to our home. Are you on your way? For the space anomaly? Again, I can't say, can I? Anomaly. There you go. This was meant to kind of warp in front of you. For whatever reason, that kind of didn't happen for me. Maybe I was a little bit too close to the planet, so it messed with the animation. But effectively, this is kind of the bit of the story thing that I've been encouraging you to get to. This is the anomaly. Anomaly. There you go. Anomaly. This is a multiplayer hub. If you're playing on Switch, that sucks for you because you won't see any other players here. It'll just be yourself. But effectively, this is where a lot of things happen. A lot of magic happens. So if you can get to this point, at least unlock this, you are literally good to go. You can go your own way if you wish. Meaning that you can just bin off the main story if you didn't want to do that. Like I say, if you've never played before, don't know how the game works, I'd highly suggest that you do stay on that path, because it will just really flesh out the world that you're playing in, give out the lore, give meaning to everything around you, help you understand the game more. But if you just want to get on and exploring, after you've unlocked this, off you go. Before you go though, a couple of things that you might want to know. When we've been opening up our menu, if you like, you may have recognised there's 3 currencies here. So we've got cash, we've got nanites, we've used these 2. We haven't used this quicksilver yet. Quicksilver is a much harder material to acquire. No Man's Sky does not have a premium currency, so you do not pay for this. It is all free. This is a big part of why the community adores Hello Games, because there is no pay to win, there is no microtransactions, but you have to earn it. You earn it through doing missions here at the Nexus. So you see this icon that's jumping up and down. This is indicating that I have a daily mission available. So if I open up this Nexus, terminal rejects my input, whatever purposes it is. I'm not yet ready to authorize to use it. Okay, I'm jumping the gun a little bit. But basically this is a mission hub, and I think after probably a few conversations I'll be able to show you properly, so we'll come back to this in a minute. So we want to speak to Nada. I am Priest Entity Nada Divergent Corvax. Welcome to the Anomaly. Our home here is pleasant, yes. Polo's own design, a perfect bubble beyond the Sentinels, beyond vengeful Corvax. Nada watches time come and go. Ask about Artemis. A traveller entity, perhaps they are known to you. I do not know their number. Nada does not care to think about iterations as numbers. They were lost to us. Highly improbable. Our anomaly. Be very mindful about how I'm saying that. Our anomaly is lost to the Sentinels, but none should be lost to the anomaly. I really struggle with that word. The Corvax watches me. There is a patience, an organic tilt to the way they hold their metal shell. Ask about Nada. Nada awoke with the death of the Corvax Prime, could not understand why such things happen, why we are alone. Now I am divergent. The convergents do not see through my eyes. Nada is not alone anymore. Nada is with Polo Friend. Now many other friends visit. Our convergence is small, but Nada is happy. Nada's carapace pulses with gentle light. There is something familiar about them. So we're going to ask about Polo. Polo Friend found Nada, found my signal. Nada is safe. Now Nada finds other signals, makes others safe. The station has been calling to me since I woke up on the planet. Perhaps it called Artemis as well. Ask about the space station. Beyond what is outside, our anomaly wanders free like Nada, to observe, to search. The Sentinels, the Atlas, they do not care for this place. I feel their eyes haunting us. Nada watches me, judging my reactions as they speak. Speak with Polo, friend traveler. Perhaps they might know something more about the missing Artemis. They perceive things more clearly than Nada. So this is Nada. This is Polo. This is Polo, friend. Specialist Polo. Friends everywhere. If only you know where to look. Friends in all shapes, all sizes, all places. Artemis, friend. You are where they should be. Do not seem possible. But all things are possible. Such is the universe. We will find them, no doubt. There is always a signal, always a trace. Ask how. Our home will not see to it. Our home will see to it. When you leave, you will not be where you were. You will be closer. Or maybe not. Discovery is exciting, yes? Before you leave, perhaps spend more time with other friends. We all help each other here. So this is the introduction to the anomaly, which is a hub. There's a lot of things that happen here. Can I use this yet? I don't. I'm probably going to be told that I can't. It's telling me to speak with other things. Yeah, not yet. Okay, so we'll just do it in order. There's a process here that it clearly wants me to follow. Ah, young one. You who still roam the boundaries of this universe, how I envy you. My time out in reality is long past, but I miss it greatly. Perhaps you might help an old soul and share the things you've seen. I yearn for the stars, for the glory of discovery. So this guy, Helios, he also has a daily that you can do. He kind of asks you for the data you've been scanning. So today he's particularly interested in planet data. If you do that, it will give you some nanites. Thank you, little one. You have no idea what this means. Please take these nanites. They are nothing, but they're all I have right now. So it's helpful to speak to him, like I say, daily. Try to check in with him regularly and give the data across that you scanned, and you'll just earn a little bit more nanites. Can we speak to this guy yet? This life form gestures apologetically. Perhaps I should return another day. It really is a process that forcing down, isn't it? Alright, we'll come back. I have to speak to the upgrade guys first. So, if you play the main story and play some of the side objectives, there's a lot of base building storylines. It will unlock a lot of the technology and blueprints, meaning that you don't need to spend salvage modules on them, the stuff that we've dug out the ground, or spend nanites on them. But, and I would recommend that you do that, like I say, if you want to unlock things and have less of a cost and experience the story, it makes sense to go through it. But if there's very specific things that you want to unlock or don't want to wait, you can kind of skip that by speaking to these people and using these kiosks. So this person here, Iteration Selene, specifically specializes in exosuit upgrades, which are different to the modules you've bought on the space station. So don't let that confuse you, because these say like C class, B class, A class. We've obviously spoken about the upgrade modules when we get them from the space station. We only want to take S class. That does not apply here. These are like extra advantages that your technology can do, and do not count towards that 3 technology total. So as you see here, like if we put that in, it increases our heat resistance by an extra 21%. That's not a bad thing. That's a pretty cool thing. We don't have a lot of space in our in our exosuit right now, so I'm not going to bother with it. But at some point, it may be helpful. Something that probably we do want to get is this personal refiner immediately. So I'm going to buy this hazmat gloves. That means I can handle certain plants on the planets. That's kicked me out. So I'll speak to them again. We want to get that personal refiner. So obviously we've been planting and putting down that refiner on the ground. You can continue to do that, but that takes an inventory slot. This means we don't need it anymore. We can do it all from our backpack. So I would highly recommend that we get this. Was there anything else? I'm just going to double check. This is translators. Translators can be helpful early game when you have less words to know. Installing this will make more of them available as aliens are speaking to you. So if you're specifically interested in knowing what the aliens are saying, because some of them give you some kind of like puzzles, some speaking puzzles, this can help while you don't know the language. But obviously the more you learn the language, the more obsolete this technology becomes. Okay, Jay. I'm gonna scoot, watch a movie, grab some food, I think that says maybe. Grab some kip. Have fun scouting the void. Thank you so much, Dave, for spending your evening with me. It's been, it's been a pleasure to have you along. Thank you for sticking around. Have a good evening, take good care, and hopefully catch you again. It's like I say, the more you learn language, the more obsolete these become. So if you have installed them, you can disassemble them later on. I'm not that bothered about language. The other thing that I've noticed that probably is very much worth your time is this trade rocket, because if we're out on planet and our inventory becomes full, we can call this bad boy in, fill it up with our goodies, and send it off to the space station and sell it. So I would also recommend this. There's also one more platform that you might like, which is the Exoskiff. If you're interested in fishing and want like a platform to be hovering over sea, that's your Exoskiff. So if you want that, it's worth thinking about. We stood next to this, the Exosuit upgrade. Again, at the moment, I've still got a couple of spaces in my technology, so I'm just going to put it in my cargo instead. And now this is costing me 15,000 units. Put that on there. Every system that you're in, so that's every new star that you jump to, has one of these available, obviously on the space station, and also if you come to the anomaly itself, it will also be available, meaning that there's potentially 2 you can buy every system. It's just worth noting if you're trying to rapidly increase that space. Okay? Here, as I'm munching on some flapjack, excuse me. Oh, that's good. Wow. Been speaking for so long. Damn, I love flapjack. Right. Here. When we built that first base, we had that little computer in the shack that I put in there that could effectively buy more building parts. That was a very much more limited version than this. This is the big boy. If you come to this machine here, this has all the base parts that you can unlock, all of them. There'll be more in here that wasn't in that small little thing. So there's more furniture, different types of furniture, different decorations, lighting, more electronics. This industrial module links into what I was talking about earlier, in the sense that we can automate extraction. So if you want to stop mining things yourself by hand, we might want to set up some of these. We might want to set up a mineral extractor or a gas extractor. Supply depots store more, so these extract, and they have a finite amount of resource they can move, but this can help store it, because basically these extractors, that industrial thing, will be working behind the scenes while you're doing other things, or even while you're not playing the game, when you're sleeping, when you're doing other stuff. So if your extractors only, let's say it mines like 400 minerals per hour, but it can only hold like 1,000, within less than 2.5 hours it's going to be full. So rather than it turning the machine off and it not being able to hold anything else, we can build a supply depot, which means it can store more while you're asleep. And then you can just start getting ridiculous amounts of resource. Like I say, like never ever ever, if you wanted to, need to mine things by hand again. There will be some stuff that's unavoidable that do require you to negotiate with the planet, but a lot of stuff you don't. Here's a little electronical thing that will hide the wires of your base build. So there's plenty here. You can farm. There's farming things, so you can grow your own farmable resources like plants. This is again just the general building parts of the wood, the stone, the alloy. Storage containers, these are really important. You will unlock these, or some of these, if you go down the base building quest line. So I would say, if you're interested in that, maybe do some of those missions. Which is, if I'm correct, this one here. Base computer archives available, automated archive recovery and process. You're also at some point going to kind of get a mission to speak to an overseer. Look out for that one, because that's someone who wants to move into your base and like help you expand it, and that's going to help you meet like a farmer, a weaponsmith, a vehicle dude. Don't have a word for it. If you do quests for them, they're going to unlock a lot of the technology for you. And if you follow that pathway, it will unlock the Roma for you. You can unlock it early if you want to. You know, if you're sick of running around, you can unlock the car early. But you need to be mindful, if you unlock the car, you can only spawn it if you're on the same planet as it. This thing here, if you build it, you can summon it anywhere in the same system, which still isn't fantastic. But if you build this thing here, Orbital Exocraft Materializer, you can summon it from any system. So you only need to build this once on one planet. That could have been the first planet you ever built your base on. You never need to build another one, providing you've got this installed in a bigger ship that we will at some point inevitably have. Again, not crucial right now, but it's just something to think about. So you probably, as soon as you've got a vehicle, as soon as you've got access to a bigger ship, a freighter, you're going to want to get that. It's going to make your quality of life so much better. Same with these guys, really. This provides all of your starship things. Here is that auto charger that I'm talking about. So I'm actually going to... I don't have enough for it right now. That's a shame. But I do have enough for efficient thrusters, so I can at least build that pathway towards it. The reason why I'm hesitating with this is because chances are, if you buy a new ship, a lot of ships have this included. So it may be the case you don't need to buy that technology, but you may find a ship you really like and it doesn't have it pre-installed. So it may be helpful to buy this on your own regardless. If you install this, it's going to make those takeoffs better. As you can see, it's minus 20% launch fuel. And then if you put that on top of it as well, like I say, it's that automatic recharging enabled. Really, really, really useful bit of tech that you don't want to overlook. The different star systems. So at the moment we can only fly to orange stars. If we want to fly to a red star, we're going to need a cadmium drive. So we're going to need to buy that. If we want a green star, we need an emerald drive, indium, blue star. But each requires a resource from the previous star. So the reason we'll be able to we will be able to build a cadmium drive right off the bat, because it just requires chromatic metal and wiring loom. But the emerald requires cadmium, which is the copper equivalent in a red star system, which then refines into chromatic metal more efficiently. And then the same thing for the emerald. emerald is from Green Star Systems. It is the cadmium and copper equivalent and is more efficient than both of those things. And then that will allow you to get to the blue systems. And the blue system has indium. And same again, that is the equivalent to the copper, emerald, cadmium, but it's even more efficient at making chromatic metal. And there's often a lot of people make like indium farms for cash. It's just one of the ways you can make money. It doesn't have to be the only way. But again, it unlocks more star systems. It gives you more to see. If exploration is your goal, and that's just what you want to beeline for, think about doing these. Also, it's not crucial, but the systems we were looking at, talking about the information that was hidden. Obviously, we were looking at the star system that has the race, and then it had 2 dots after it. We can find that information out by going to the system, or if we have the conflict scanner or the economy scanner installed, this will tell us beforehand, so we'll be able to see that from a distance. So we'll know what it is before we go into it. This is also a teleport receiver. I'm pretty sure we unlock this organically somewhere in the story. You could buy it early if you want to, but I'm pretty sure like you get handed this pretty early on. It just means that you can access your ship's inventory from a further distance. It's very useful. Multi-tool. Exactly what it says on the tin. It gives you more multi-tool things to use. So these are your guns down here. If you want an effective gun early game, I'd probably suggest the Scatter Blaster. It just is very good. Later on down the line, we're gonna want the neutron cannon. That's a very, very good weapon, and it scales very well with high-level weapons. But early game, that is a shotgun, and it's very effective at close range, and it will resolve a lot of your combat issues. Here, the optical drill, again something worth keeping in mind. You get more resources mined, basically, so that's always a bonus. 50% more resources, so definitely keep that in mind. It's a good upgrade to have. Fishing rod. There's only 1 nanite, so I'm going to require it, so we can go fishing, and you immediately get all the bait. Here, this is the technology blueprint pathway. Product recipes. You used to need to go to factories. You can still go to factories and then unlock all of this through factories. It's a very slow way to do it, however. You can now just unlock all of these technologies through nanites. So rather than buying the microprocessors from the space station, I could learn how to make them and make them myself if I wanted to. And the same this side. These are like highly refined products, and often make these really expensive products at the side. So when you get into your base building and get into like automating things, when you're automating a lot of materials, that will help you make all of this stuff, and all of this stuff will help you make all this stuff, and all of that sells for a lot of money. And stasis devices are like the king. If you've got a base that's set up to build those, to make those, you're set, man. You're set, dude. And then finally, Exocraft. Here on the left-hand side, you've got stuff for your submarine upgrades. Center is like vehicles, your car, your motorbike, the Nomad, the one that kind of floats across water. That's all the upgrades in the center. They don't automatically come with hazard protection, so you now have to input them in. Can be worth it, for sure, particularly if you spend a lot of time in the car. I love the bike, personally. And then this far right one, not politically, but on the side here, is for your mech suit. So if you want a mech suit, which are really good for mining and combat, and hazard protection. Like it's a really good exo craft. Not super fast. I mean, the jetpack can get quite good. You can jump quite far distances, but I still prefer the bike for distance. But in terms of functionality, your exosuits, your Minotaur, the mech is where it's at. Just think of it like an expanded exosuit. Now what? Space Anomaly. Speak with Nada. Nada and Polo drift between worlds and worlds. There are many. Have you seen them? Traveler friend. Nada wishes they could. Nada regrets so much. That's what to do. Traveler entity is free to make their own path. Find Artemis entity. Explore with others. Travel to great sites. Proceed as you will, Traveler entity. We will aid you. Others will aid you. Also, even if you seek the Crimson Lair. Ask for help with Artemis. Of course, Nada has a small gift to you. Perhaps it will help. Perhaps not. Nada and Polo friend will continue to search. Speak to us whenever you desire. Just give me some nanites. Nada and Polo drift between worlds. There are many. Have you seen them? Cool. Now, finally. Hey, okay. So to go back to this is your daily mission. If you see this thing bobbing, you have access to the daily mission. If you log in and don't do it, I think you can stack up to maybe 3 or 4 days worth. You'll only see 3 bouncing, but sometimes you'll do one and there'll still be 3 there. So I think it can stack up to 4. And this will give you Quicksilver. You'll get 400 every day if you do it, the missions daily. On the weekend, there's a weekend mission that starts from Friday, finishes Sunday evening, maybe even like early hours of Monday morning, depending where you are. And that gives you quite a considerable amount of Quicksilver. And the reason we want that is because this dude over here, create exotic items from Quicksilver. He gives you things to buy with it. So this is more like base building parts, maybe new titles, jetpacks, new gestures, all sorts of cool stuff. Absolutely free of cost. You just need to have the patience to earn this Quicksilver. But it's awesome. The other reason we might want to know this guy is to collect expedition rewards or collect Twitch rewards. So if you've been watching the Twitch drops, this is your place. Expedition rewards. Once you've been completing your expeditions, all of your rewards that are available to you are going to be here across all saves. So if you've done it on one save, it's available to all saves. Okay. We couldn't speak to this guy, so I'm going to speak to him now. Or not. Or not. Basically, the reason why I keep coming back to this guy is because, like Helios, this person will give you some nanites, and they'll give you some nanites for transmitting your milestone data. So your milestones are this stuff. You know, when we keep getting that pop-up that I've encountered so many aliens and I've learned so many words and I've documented so many aliens, and that's milestones. The more of them you do, you can trade them in with this guy and he'll give you a shit ton of nanites. I am just going to acknowledge this thing in case you're wondering, but this is to modify your appearance. If you want to change and customize what your character looks like, this is the machine. We also have one on the space stations at the back. And then finally, this is a big teleporter here, but this links to kind of community highlights. So you'll see here these stars point to community highlights. It's even highlighted. These aren't updated very often though, unfortunately, which is a real shame. But they really do kind of flex the building ability of what is possible. So if you want to check out some cool builds, check out there, or check out Reddit. Check out Reddit, man. There's some cool stuff on there. Right, so that's the anomaly. So I'm getting the hell out of here. I'm going to bring the ship with me, because that's what we were doing when we were going to sell this ship that we repaired. Oh, he says be careful with it, and then just slams it straight into there. Right. Where is there anyone out there? It's outside. It's... something's wrong with... What's wrong? I asked the stranger what is wrong. There is a moment's pause. The only sound I hear is the background hiss of cosmic radiation. You found me. There's so little light. I thought I'd never hear another soul again. I really did. How did you find my voice? Say I found the crashed ship. I've actually stolen it. I'm repairing. I'm about to sell it. Tell the stranger about the abandoned shipwreck and how I found their communicator ID, and in their distress speaking I begin to mention the anomalous space station, but they cut me off. I'm outside, but I think I'm safe. There are 16 of them. They look just like... Where are you? Fear and confusion dance within their eyes of the stranger. After a few moments' silence, they turn to me, imploring, "You don't know who you are, do you? You..." It lied to me. It lied to all of... The sound cuts out, but their face lingers on, silent, before it fades into nothingness. I'm going to end the communication. This must be Artemis, and they are clearly in need of help. I need to find a way to boost the signal. So that's going to forward now that main story. So like I said, if you really kind of want to unlock a lot of blueprints, better understand the pathway of how the game works, gameplay flows, it will introduce a lot of quests to you. Some quests won't be available to you until you finish this or this one, but these are your 3 main quests. Okay, so if you move through those, I would absolutely advise you start with this and finish it. Occasionally it might jump into this, and the guys that we've just met may ask you to come back and speak with them. I advise when that pops up, do that, just because they'll chuck some nanites at you and some quicksilver. And then the Atlas path is again another quest line that does lock off some of the later game content, and you're also going to find other quests pop up here. But effectively, you're at the point where you can do whatever the hell you want. You can ignore all of that and just explore if you wanted to. And just come back to this anytime you want. It's not going anywhere. The game is open to you. And you're kind of in that open space now. Which is where I think, again, because it's throwing so many objectives at you, I guess you can fall under the assumption that it's all important. It's not. It's absolutely not. This is really kind of where the world opens up. You now have access to all of the systems that you need to progress. I've given you a bit of an understanding of how to make them more efficient, how not to waste your time. You may laugh at the idea this has been going. The stream itself, there's been a lot of information packed into it. Thoroughly gone over many different things that I think would be helpful and effective of thinking longer term. But that should set you up for the rest of the game, really. And also, the rest of the game is to be enjoyed, it's to explore. So this is really where I'm going to think about wrapping it up. But I've obviously fixed up this ship. So what am I going to do with it? Well, like I said, it's completely ruined, and I'm not going to waste my resources fixing it. It's a complete waste of time. So I'm going to sell the ship. I'm going to go over to this thing here, which is the Starship Outfitter. And there's a couple of things you can do. If you have a ship that you quite like, you can upgrade the class of a ship here, or where to find upgrades. What's that going to say to it? I'm not sure. Use this outfitting station to increase the size of your Starship inventory or class. Yeah. Upgrades to specific functions such as weapons can be found and purchased at technology merchants. cool. So yeah, you can upgrade the starship itself by, if you have inventory augmentation, you can expand the amount of slots that your ship has. You can, if you don't have that, you can buy it. As you can see, to increase one slot's going to cost me 23 million, so you can burn through cash quite quickly. Or I can upgrade its class for 10,000 nanites, which will then in turn allow me to have more technology slots, more storage slots. But I don't want to do that because this ship is a bag of shit, so I'm going to sell it. I'm going to begin salvage analysis. Now, if you're interested specifically in building a ship and customizing it, you can extract customization modules. You can only take one out of the 3 from the ship itself. I mean, you'll need another 2 of different parts, but it just means you can kind of mix and match spaceship parts of the same class. So if I had loads of different hauler parts, because I've broken down lots of haulers, I can then make my own hauler with the parts that I want and put whatever colours I want on it. Again, I'm not really interested in doing that right now. I want this money. To sell this, I'm going to get 3.6 million. So I'd rather have the cash right now. I'm going to claim the scrap. And it's not going to give it to me in moolah. It's going to give it to me in pieces. Because I have no ship now, technically, it's giving me my other ship that I own. It's parked it back on the spaceship, so it's just over there. And then I'm going to just sell the parts that it gave me. So here, 500k. This 3.1 million. Spool of nano cables. Also. So now I've almost got 5 mil. Again, if there's anything here that's going to make your life a little bit easier, consider buying it. Also, don't forget, I'm in a new space station. Well, we've already collected this, so I'm talking out my arse. But don't forget about those. New milestones. One thing I'm going to touch on as before we come to a close is this is your starter ship. You can, if you want, make this the best ship in the game, or one of the best ships in the game, because it's currently Class C, but like I've shown you, you can upgrade that to Class B, Class A, Class S, but you have to do that in the order of the steps, and it's going to cost a lot of nanites to do that. But there's a particular ship that you like the look of, but it's not an S-Class. Don't stress. You can make it so with a bit of work. But we can upgrade the inventory and the tech over time. However, you might not like that ship. You might not like what it looks like, and you might just see another ship land, and you might like this. So if you do, you want to speak to the pilot. You always want to look for the pilot. And there's a couple of things you can do here. So you can make an offer on the ship itself, and you can see the technology that's installed in it. It's a Class B. You can see its damage potentials. I'm not really that bothered, but let's see how much it is. He wants 12 mil for it. I can exchange my ship to make it cheaper. I'm never going to, like I say, I really advise you don't do that. Hold on to this bad boy. You'll regret it. I want to buy a ship outright, but I'm not interested in it. But if I wanted his ship, it's 12.6 mil. But I don't. So just be mindful of that. If you want to buy a ship, keep your eye out for that. Or I can hire him to be part of my squadron. I'm not sure if I can do that yet because I don't own a freighter yet. No freighter owned. But once you own a freighter, you can have a squadron. So they're basically like henchmen, mercenaries, bodyguards. While you're out flying around, if you get attacked by pirates, your squadron will come to your aid and help you out. So if you see a particularly cool looking dude or a ship, you can make them your ally. And the other thing that we can do is trade. So like I say, sometimes their inventory that they have is different to the one in the space station. So here they've actually got quite a few resources that you mine directly from with that terrain manipulator from the planet. So you've got the phosphorus, ammonia, and paraffinium. These are resources we haven't dug out ourselves yet. Can be useful, you know, to buy these things straight off, rather than going out there with our hand tool. So again, if you can't be asked to mine the uranium, the pyrite, the dioxide, the ones that we did by hand, it may be the case that the space station sometimes will sell them, but often these pilots will have a selection of other things. So he's got slightly different things in his inventory. Hasn't got any of the big ones, but other things to buy. He's got some fuel there. So yeah. So I think that's really where I'm gonna leave this very lengthy, very thorough bit of a open guide to trying to make your gameplay in No Man's Sky as seamless and as effective as possible, so you're not constantly fighting with the systems at play. I don't necessarily intend to make this into a series or anything. I just really wanted to help out those new players, people who've never really picked up a controller or gamed all that much, or for those who could just bounce off the game because they can't stand the systems. This is what this has been for. If there's more that you want to see or know, I'd certainly be open to making more guides on it, but I kind of just want to get that introduction so you the player can go out and take these basic things and then just enjoy the game with as less tedium as possible. So I hope it's been helpful. It's been a blast. I'm actually quite exhausted for talking this long. I'm thirsty. My throat is sore. But yeah, thank you for those of you that's been on with me throughout the evening, throughout the stream. Thank you to those who persevere through the video. That will remain after. Obviously, feel free to drop any comments if you have any questions. I'll do my best to answer them. I also highly recommend any new players, if you're uncertain about anything, is check out the Reddit itself. There's a lot of the community on there, eager to help, eager to ask and aid with any questions. And there's also a lot of inspiration you'll find in there, like what's potentially out there that you could see, animals that you could collect, ships you can find. It really does help keep enthusiasm and engagement, so I'd definitely consider looking out at those things. But right now, that's it from me, so I'm going to wish you all a good night. God bless, take good care, lots of love, and I'll see you again soon.